we're live.
Live. Okay, great. Thank you so much.
Okay.
Okay, welcome everyone to the Tuesday, June the 3rd meeting of council. And sorry for the few minutes late for those who might have been trying to get on. We're having a bit of technical difficulty. We have a couple of councillors that are calling in remotely and they're having a difficult time joining us, but as soon as they join us, we'll give notification that they are also part of the meeting. I'd like to acknowledge the land on which we gather, the traditional territory of the Ktunaxa, the Silks, and the Sykes people, and is home to the Métis and many diverse Aboriginal persons. We honor their connection to the land and rivers and respect the importance of the environment to our strength as a community. I did receive one late item. And that is the council accepts the addition of a late item, Nelson Fire and Rescue Services dispatch contract. So that will come up at item 15. So if I could have an adoption of the council agenda.
Are you asking for other late items?
Oh, do you have another late item?
Yeah, I would like to request that we have a council discussion around the change of venue for the Wednesday market from Acre Street to Cottonwood.
Okay.
So can we vote on one of the, like either both of them at the same time or one and then the other? Just so that, and then we vote on the agenda as amended.
Okay. So if I could have someone move that we accept the late item for the dispatch. Thank you. That's been moved and seconded. Moved by Councillor Payne, seconded by Councillor Tate. And then we have a second request for a late item from Councillor Payne regarding the change for Cottonwood Market. And
We need a 2/3.
oh wait,
That's
yeah,
why
sorry.
That's why she wants
Yeah,
separate, right? So
sorry.
2/3.
I forgot to vote. If we could vote on the acceptance of the fire amendment. Okay, and that's carried. Sorry,
Okay.
Sarah. And then a second late item, so that'll be A, and then a second late item of B. It's been moved by Councillor Payne. Discussion regarding, just writing it in here on my agenda. Change of venue.
Could that not just fall under a verbal report from the city manager? I'm just curious. Sorry to interrupt.
Well, we would have, this has to have a seconder to get on to the late items, so.
Does
I
it
think
need,
it depends what it is. If it's wanting to reconsider the decision made by staff, then it would go on the agenda and council would have to have that discussion. If it's just where we're at with it, then I can do it under my report.
I'd like to reconsider the decision.
can we reconsider this, just clarity, can we start reconsidering decisions when staff is not prepared to report on it? Just curious.
You can ask the staff, I don't know. I can certainly do it, but I've been gathering a lot of information. I know that you've been traveling, so it's a different scenario.
What I think would be appropriate for now is to vote on whether or not you want to have the conversation to reconsider.
And then we can have it in the verbal report, and then it might come to nothing in number late items at 13 or whatever.
Sure.
Okay, yeah, that works.
Okay, so I still need,
Second.
okay, so that's been moved by Councillor Payne.
Okay.
That's been seconded by Councillor Tate. All those in favor, any further discussion about that? And that carries. And I'm just noticing, Councillor Pinero is saying that he is in the waiting room.
Oh,
If somebody could
geez. Okay.
let him in.
Sorry, there he is, okay.
You're there.
Hi.
Hello, Councillor Pinero. Welcome. We're just adopting the agenda. We have a couple of late items that have been added. They've been moved and seconded. You'll see those come up on item 15. So then we are now on item number 4, that council adopt the June 3rd agenda as amended to include the addition of a late item regarding Nelson Fire and Rescue Dispatch Services and a discussion regarding the change of venue of the Wednesday farmers market. So if I could have a mover of that. Moved by Councillor Payne, seconded by Councillor Page. All those in favor? And that carries. Thank you. Okay, no previous minutes. So that takes us to item 6, the Geographical Information System, GIS update. So, and we have General Manager Johnson in the chair, and I believe along with staff members, Jillian McKay, are you doing some presentation as well, or is it? Oh, okay. And then we have the Team Electric in the back row as well. So welcome everybody. And Chris, it looks like you're gonna, as the project sponsor, start us off.
You bet. Yeah. Thanks, Council. So we'll just jump right into it. The last we spoke about GIS, we had a consultant come in and present. After that presentation, I think even without any input from council, we felt that presentation was not necessarily representative of what we were thinking and where we wanted to go. So, we wanted to take some time to both hear what council had said during that session, also reflect on how we felt that actually culminated and where we would like to go to continue this journey with GIS. So I just wanted to provide a bit of an update right now. This is a workshop or an update of sorts, so that it's not looking for a decision. We aren't presenting a business case or anything. We're just giving you all a heads up on the direction that we're going on this stuff right now. So first I'd say that, GIS is not a new technology. It's been around for decades, and it's used in a number of different ways. Currently, our GIS use is in its most basic form. We have a small amount of data in a map function that is accessed by certain groups within our organization. So while we do have GIS and we have been doing it for some years, it's not overly useful. It does not contain a lot of data, and it's not used by a lot of groups. Given the potential power of GIS, and I think that we've continued to learn more and more about this as staff as we've gone through this process, we've continued to explore how to best integrate this essential tool into our operations in a manner that's effective. And through this process, we further refine the scope and are looking at the associated costs of bringing on GIS, and that will come at a later point this summer into the fall, where we actually come to council with a business case that we've costed out a little bit more effectively to share with you all what we've scoped out for a project. So where we are now, currently we collect data throughout our business in a number of different ways, in a number of mediums, a number of formats. That's great, but data is only great if you actually use it. And a lot of that data that we collect currently doesn't get used. It might get used by 1 or 2 people, but it's not widely used throughout the organization. We have reams of it. It's not being used effectively. We also collect similar data over and over again. So we know that something like addresses, there's attention put to addressing at Nelson Hydro, at police, at fire. So there's a number of different places that are collecting similar information. And there's an opportunity there to try and build some efficiencies out of that. As well, we end up finding other tools to collect said data, to store said data, and to access said data. So we end up with a multitude of tools that are out there that some people have access to, some people know how to use. Those tools might be an Excel spreadsheet. That tool might be a piece of software that we spend $20,000 or $30,000 a year on. Fact of the matter is we have a whole suite of different methods to contain our data that we can access maybe some of the time and maybe some people can't. So one of the things that we're recognizing now, and again, when I say that we learn more and more about this, is GIS can solve a lot of this to us. And I think that, we've gone through this process, and Jillian's probably the only one that didn't have this really aha moment. But that all of our data could be stored and accessed through GIS. We talk about asset management, we talk about all of these different functions that we do. And that really could all sit within GIS data that then with building stuff on top of that, we're able to access all of that. But it's probably better that we actually walk through an example of what we currently do to show you what we're dealing with now to what it could be in the future. So that's where the team's gonna come up, and we're gonna start with Scott to walk us through what a water main break would look like with our current status.
Good afternoon, thank you, Chris. I just wanted to paint a picture about how we're currently using different information pieces and pulling those together in a bridge to try and answer some of the questions that we have out in the field. And it's true, we access data and our crew team leaders access data every day, multiple times a day. But they're doing it in a bit of a patchwork fashion, whether it's Excel spreadsheets, outdated databases, and some of you have even seen me use that out in the field. But what we're relying on is drafting software that we're using for a different purpose. So as an example, if we experience a water main break at 2 a.m. During the winter, right? The fire department gets notified by a panicked resident or a police officer that's out on patrol, and those calls are coming to me. And right off the bat, you need to start accessing information before crews are even called. And this is where time and time to respond and mitigate damage starts to become really valuable. So using what we have now, which is a drafting software linked to just scanned copies of valve locations and stuff like that, is costing us time. It's manual, so it goes out of date, and we need that time back when we're responding, particularly in the middle of winter. You need to be able to identify that stuff. Even if those valves are in the middle of the street, they're still under snow and ice, right? And so being able to quickly measure off from known landmarks to get these locations really starts to come into play. After that's all done, we're now into a mode where Chris is referring to gathering more information. We're attaching information to that pipe itself, how many homes are affected, all of those things. Right now, we're doing that with printed maps, counts, that sort of thing. It's manual and it's slow. So moving towards something where we can update information in the field, access it readily, make changes that we need to, and not have to rely on big update trips would be going a long way. Further down the road, even though access to information is convenient and quick, where this is really going to start paying off is in the decision making. So as we pull this data together and we're able to sort it into these layers, understanding patterns, locations of hotspots, all of that, it starts to play into how we're making decisions into managing the utility. Right now, we do that, but it's a very manual process. It takes a lot of time, and it's maybe not entirely as accurate as we would want, right? Because it's so manual, it's so coarse. So I hope that paints a small picture of how I'm using it and my team leads are using it on a daily basis. And I'd like to answer any questions anyone has about that and how the utility uses it.
Well, one of the benefits that we have of going to conferences and conventions is that there's all sorts of people showing all sorts of their cool technologies. And certainly there was no shortage of
Yes.
technologies at FCM. Like really robust, super cool City of Ottawa sight lines, right? You can see what you could build in a particular, and it's not a square, it's like trapezoids with curves for sight lines, and they've got predictive models for flooding and 250-year flood, 300-year flood. So I don't think I think on our council there is no shortage of understanding of how great it can be. Mm-hmm. I am curious in terms of phasing for a municipality of our size, what would make sense financially and just like within capacity. Especially given we've got all of those additional assets of Nelson Hydro, which I'm gonna start calling Nelson Energy with permission.
We changed the name of the whole town, sorry. You let us leave town and the whole thing has changed.
Okay, well, I can speak to that from the utility perspective.
Okay.
We do know through the learning that Nelson Hydro has been going through and the work that Jillian's been doing, that this isn't fresh start, throwaway stuff. The information and survey data we have in our current AutoCAD system, that can be geo-referenced and migrated over to the GIS system. So I'm here to report we've got the skeleton, we've got the outline ready to go to migrate in. It won't be a fresh start.
Neat.
And I think we'll be, as, you know, again, we plan to come back to council in, you know, the near-ish future. And there we will have the costing for the solution hammered out during that, where we'll be able to give a better understanding of what that transition will look like, how much it'll cost, how long it'll take.
Yeah, just with a bit of governance direction, keeping in mind the uncertainty of finances globally, of our residents, and the fact that unless we magically come up with a tech or Selgar, we've got that 75-25 split, which can be hard for people to lump new services into, which effectively this becomes a new service, right?
Yeah, so as Chris said, we'll build that out, and as he mentioned, you know, I think we were shocked by the price tag the consultant put on it as council was, so certainly you will see a totally different approach to this and how we make this affordable, how we phase it in on a doable plan. We don't have to do it all today. So yeah, we've certainly heard, you know, we recognize that and you'll see that. We're still understanding, you know, some of these other software that we're paying for now that looks like GIS could replace those. So we think there's, you know, the net cost is going to be quite affordable and you know, obviously, you know, we're presenting the different options we looked at, including, you know, can the RDCK provide this? Can a third party provide this? You know, how do we do this? We've certainly been in talks with Castlegar and Trail about how do we collaborate with them, at least build our tools the same way, etc. So, you know, how do we cross train, all those sorts of things. So we're really trying to find a cost-effective solution and one that's we can, you know, implement, you know, in a way that, you know, that we get that sort of those tools as available as soon as we can. We just, you know, just recently talked to a GIS, I'm not sure exactly what we call them, but they, you know, build the sort of the tools that your data runs on, and you know, they deal with, you know, many municipalities, many large customers that you probably have the expertise to, you know, do that in a much more effective manner and, you know, piggyback on what, you know, another municipality. We don't have to start from scratch here.
So that will come. So based on Scott's quick example here, we just thought it would be helpful. So this is Roslyn's infrastructure GIS web map. And you know, some of the basic things that Scott, you know, spoke about there was determining where the valves are to be able to isolate. So if you had a main break sort of in the middle here, you went out there and, you know, one of the first things to do is to establish, you know, of course, where the break is, but then where the valves are. And the nice thing about having it here, so currently Scott's data comes from like it's an old Rolodex that had cards on it that gave some handwritten description of where things were, that we've actually moved past that. Someone took all of those, scanned them, and they're now saved in a folder on the P drive. So now scanned versions of that, and then he compares that with the CAD files, the drawings of the actual infrastructure. So here in Roslyn, you have it on the map where you can pull out and have a look, kind of get geo-referenced. and then you see that here's the valve, and then you can pull it up with its information. You see, it's quite accurate and, installed. When it was installed, you can actually see a photo of it. It's not going to help that much in the winter, but it does give you an opportunity to geo-reference for the crews in the field, and a picture taken more appropriately with some actual landmarks would be really helpful there. So it's just that easy. So you can identify one valve there, and then you just slide down the main and say, where's the other valve? And then you're looking and you say, oh geez, there it is right there, as opposed to, flipping through cards and trying to understand exactly which one might be the applicable portion. And you can find, this little cluster of valves here that you can go and control. And it's, essentially that easy. Now you've isolated and stopped the flow, and you did that all from, your field crew did that all from their truck because they went to the site, saw it, pulled it up, because it's all cloud supported, so they pulled it up online, were able to access it, whereas Scott has to be somebody that's at home plugged in to be able to access the information. They're calling back and forth. They're really efficient given the tools that they have, but we could be more efficient. On top of that, as Scott said, when you get into starting to gather information, in our, the one web application that we have that does pretty well is our emergency web application. You could just snap a polygon around all of these houses or buildings here, and it would populate a mail out list for you that you could just run out and say, okay, these are the addresses that are affected, and that would be something that you could just put online and say, you're gonna be out of water, all of these houses, and it's got the addresses listed off there. So, all of this is a lot quicker than sort of, Scott being out there running around in the field, and it all saves time. It saves time in shutting down and in actually limiting the break and how much water comes out. If you consider the last main break that we had, just you get a volume of water coming out in the middle of winter, you're cleaning that up for what amounts to days afterwards, right? As you're scraping off all that ice and making sure and maintaining it that, people aren't gonna slip on it, or, the roads are nice and clear. So that's where we could go from where we are versus what is available. And then I'll have another Scott come up and provide a bit of a run through on, thanks, Eagleson.
I'm just curious about the notification thing. It's just a curiosity. This looks amazing. I love this direction. So when you've identified the households that are involved, and you're saying a mail out, so you're obviously not mailing them, how are you communicating with people?
Scott?
Like right now, I get, when the power goes down, don't you get something, or is it just because I'm following Instagram, I know exactly what's happening the whole time? When the electricity's out, Scott?
That's a Scott
What is
Spencer.
Scott?
Yeah.
Sorry, Scott.
Spencer question, when the electricity's out.
When the electricity goes out, your organization is so good at, I think it's Instagram maybe that we follow, so we know exactly what's happening. Like you said, the electricity's out, the crews have been dispatched, like a lot of that stuff comes out right away, so we know. Is this gonna be a similar situation? So
Ultimately, it would be, and I don't know if council's aware that the water utility can't access customer information that is held by Nelson Hydro. The Freedom of Information Protection Act draws that line. I don't have that database. And what the great value in this software is ultimately, yes, the maps are great, it increases speed and response. The real value is building those data sets so that when we walk up to a house that had a history of water problems, we already know about it. If we need to know how many times we've been here for a sewer issue, it's right there at our fingertips. And that just isn't right now. So when we have a water main break, a lot of that stuff is hand counting, manual writing, and door knocking, right?
but you'd still be door knocking then is what you're saying, because you don't have the cell phone, the email, the.
That's right.
But eventually, we should be able to
Okay.
send notifications, right? Or post on Instagram, or you signed up and be
Yeah.
able to tell.
Or you use Blaine Alert. There's all the
Yeah, I was
methodology, but
thinking
it always
Braille
gets,
is the other one where we get it,
Yeah.
right, like instantaneously.
yeah, it always, like, there's all of those things, those are the icing on the cake, I like to say. At the end of the day, when it comes to emergencies, you have to door knock so that you can say, no, we went and door knocked, we hung a
Okay.
thing on the door. So,
Good to know.
How is it
that we have privacy barriers when we're one corporation?
We have to ask specifically, can we have the data you gave for your electricity account? Can we use that for your
It's a FIPA thing.
utility
You
account?
can only use information gathered specifically for
purpose.
this.
For the purpose.
You can't even
Right.
invite them to your baby shower.
Like taxation and the RDCK. for
But yes, we should, we need to get to a place where you sign up for all these things and we ask for that permission for all of
As your
them,
terms of reference, right?
right, up front. So
Terms of
Yeah.
service.
yeah, ultimately, we need to get there, and as we're talking about, hopefully that's all under one database now. So we've collected your information for these 5 purposes.
Hydro's always a challenge, cause you got the electrical in a tenant's name, but it's gonna be the, guy who owns a building's gonna wanna know what's happening with the water and all that kind of stuff, but I agree that some sort of disclaimer on there that information
Like a
collected will be
policy.
shared across departments is something I think we've looked at before, but.
It's not a technology.
The Jesse has a question. Councillor Pinero?
Yeah, sorry. Just I guess just for my own interest, the mock-up of Rossland, or the map of Rossland that Chris had put up earlier, seemed fairly straightforward, to be honest. And I'm wondering, I don't know this about our town, but I guess it's a question, like, how chaotic is our system? Because if, from the looks of that one, there's valve shutoffs at the end of the street, and I imagine that should be fairly uniform. I mean, I guess the reason I'm asking is because our crews, I think are very, well versed in a city of this size, and have the specifications and the expertise to deal with whatever goes on, and some of this, if that is in fact simple, like as simple as there's a shut off on every block and we know where it is, then some of this seems, at least potentially a little redundant. And with the money that was talked about previously, like, I understand some people that, think we're reinventing the wheel here when we just have, it doesn't seem that difficult. I don't know that that's true, because I know the city's old-ish and has gone through many manifestations of water and sewer and various ages of things, but like, just as a maintenance thing, how complicated is that system, and how chaotic and how counterintuitive actually is it? Because to me, just from looking at the Lawson thing, like, if it's in the middle of the street, there's a shut off in either end, and the houses that are affected are probably all the ones next to it. Like, how much of a database do we really need to understand simple things like that?
Oh, I think, and I'll let Scott jump in after, but I think, a couple things. One, so what we're looking at from a database perspective is getting all the information that we have out there in one place. So we have all of that data collated there. Now, we showed you a really quick example of water, and Scott can maybe speak a bit about what it's like to think about going and turning a valve when you have a cluster of valves and hoping that you get the right one and you aren't shutting off a different block because there is a cluster there or something like that. So there is some of it that's supportive there, but it's much more than just being able to identify where a valve is in the street. It also will tell you the last time that valve was exercised, if you had challenges with it, if there was leak by. You can also identify the services that come out there. We do have weird mains or weird services where people might be on a main that you wouldn't think are on a main. And you can see that stuff there because it's clearly mapped out and it's just that easy to access that information. Now, that's all for that one example. A lot of the value we'll be getting out of this will come out of the sort of products that come out of having everything centralized in GIS. Because now you can start to do work orders out of GIS. You can start to run a preventative maintenance program that's effective, that will tell you that, hey, we haven't exercised the valves in this area in a couple of years, you're due to exercise it, or, you know, it'll provide reminders, it'll actually track what the work that we need to do and the work that we have done. So it starts actually being that sort of intelligence behind what, you know, has historically been, you know, documented on paper or in an Excel, or somebody's remembered that we had to do that. It's now getting it all into this format where we have the base data is all in GIS, and then these tools that get built that work off of that GIS are supporting us with that. Another example, actually, sorry, just to provide it, would be our pink slips. You know, so a resident calls in right now, they have an issue, they call into our front desk down there. The front desk takes the notes, fills out a little pink slip, that gets emailed out, and it'll get emailed out to the manager, and then that will get passed on to somebody else. And it's just like this sort of paper process of pushing things along to get this one thing responded to, whereas a system like this, it just comes in, you're in your truck, pops up, pink slip for this area, yeah, hey, looking to get a garbage cleanup in aisle 5 or whatever. And then our crews are there right away, they can follow up and say, yeah, that's completed. And then it reports back and keeps data on all of that stuff too. So it's, you know, GIS enables all of this stuff, where otherwise, you know, it's a very manual process currently. And
I kind of understand, sorry, go ahead.
I was just gonna say, again, the last presentation talked about numbers that were shocking. You know, staff will not bring something back that has numbers like that. So I understand that that's the impression that we were left with, and you know, full apologies from myself as a project sponsor, like that, I should have caught that, and just don't let that flavor what we're going through here. We very much appreciate the pressures on our residents from a taxation perspective, and we're gonna be looking at making this very reasonable, and we think that there's a lot of value to be gained out of it. So just wanted to put that out there again.
Councillor Payne?
So just
Sorry, Councillor Darrow.
I just got a little follow-up, if that's okay. Just, we have maintenance schedules now, don't we? I mean, they may be manual and they may be, you know, I don't know, written by human beings or what have you, but we must maintain our systems on some sort of schedule, I imagine. So again, I guess I just see well, actually, is that true? before we go any further, like, we obviously maintain things on a schedule. We don't just wait for them to break. Is that not correct?
Yes, Councillor Pinheiro, we have a maintenance schedule. But those,
Okay, well, great.
schedules are disjointed lists that don't sit connected to anything. And what we're looking for is a foundation to tie all of those maintenance schedules together, the ability to update them in real time, the ability to have a foundation that connects back to work order management and customer resident inquiries all in one place. So while we do run those systems, as the system complexity grows, as we grow, sustaining all of these disjointed parts is just becoming more and more onerous.
Okay, thanks.
Thank you for your question. Now, Councillor Payne.
I think the example that we saw from Robson looked pretty straightforward and simple, but what I love about, what I understand about this is the multi-layered capacity of it. So it just gives you, you know, down to one of the things we talked about was where the different trees are in the city, and that data that would be available. Oh, there was one other thing around this that I wanted. Well, I mean, the fire hydrants and the Nelson Energy poles, I'll just follow.
He just rebranded.
It's so good, right?
I love it.
I'm back.
I just
I'm back
wanted, I didn't want to move forward. Yeah, I think that's what makes it so valuable, is we're not reinventing the wheel every time, and we all know from past projects how much, that pays off in the efficiencies. That's what I see as being super valuable around it, is that multi-layer of who knows what comes next. And how do we, once more solar's installed maybe, how does that all hook in, and what do we need to know about that, and when water is shifting under the city, and I just think there's so many uses that we haven't even conceived of that will be valuable to know in connection to the other systems. It's a complete system. It's not just a layer like a map or an AutoCAD drawing or something. That's what I see as a long-term value.
Yeah, it's all of our data that's plumbed in there and built out in that, right? And then we can access it for many, many different things and have a much deeper understanding of how all of this stuff interacts. Like Scott said, our preventative maintenance is on sheets right now, and it's difficult to understand how all of that goes together. But you put it in one common place, and then it's, the picture just becomes that much clearer. And then on top of that, you have, the ability to A, have reminders for it, B, punch out actual efficient routes for maintenance and things like that. That, hey, you're over there doing maintenance on this, do maintenance on that while you're there, which, to be frank, and Councillor Pinheiro brought up the idea that seems pretty straightforward to have those forms. It is, but the more that you have, the more complex it gets, right? So it's easy when you have 5 tasks on one form and 5 tasks on another, and you can say, hey, I'm going out to do those tasks. But to get them down to those 5 tasks for that person for the day, to make sure that you're covering, multiple systems off throughout the city at all times with all the tasks plus the emergencies, and knowing that that's all getting covered off, that becomes very complex then. And that's where something like GIS, we can punch all of that in there. It can actually support with all the work orders that come out of there, and we know that we're getting all of this stuff done. Which,
And as it becomes more complex, we don't want to miss anything.
yeah, and we don't, not saying that we miss anything now, but it's,
No, but it's a possibility.
you're replacing the horsepower required to do that with something else, and it allows us to do more with the resources that we have. Any other questions?
Scott just presented sort of, what's happening in Public Works, and I thought I'd take a moment. As you know, Nelson Hydro has been on the GIS path for a couple of years now, and I thought I'd do a little live demonstration of where we're at. I'm happy to say that we now have, the GIS field maps in the hands of the PLTs and other staff who are working out in the field. And are using and accessing the GIS portal. And, it is, we've done quite a bit of work that will provide a foundation for the city GIS. Now, before I get too detailed in this, I just want a couple disclaimers. I am not a GIS tech. I, rarely interact with this. It's been in development. It is a work in progress. So they're, making changes on a daily basis. So without any training, I was able to pull this up and, look at it and do it, work with it. Eventually, we will continue to expand it so that they're easy to use apps that just draw on the data and the information that is there in the system, in the GIS. There's a lot a lot of capabilities that are possible, and we're just sort of working our way through. So the things that we are already doing, like our vegetation management, our outage management, using a separate GIS program, all get rolled into here on different layers. So as you talked about, we'll eventually roll in the, city tree map layers, and all those data points can be brought in. So what you're looking at here is, this is Josephine Street, just off Baker. Baker is just right down there. So if you're familiar with that corridor, you can see we have a couple of transformers in this area. All of our primary 25 kV lines are shown in purple. The blue ones are our distribution or secondary lines. Dashed means that they're underground. Solid lines means that they're overground. So at a glance, the PLTs, when they're out in the field, if they get a trouble call, they can look and they can see, okay, I know exactly what lines are coming into this vault here. What's this transformer connected to at a glance? Because some of that stuff is underground. You don't know what they're getting into. So it makes it easy for them. They can also just click on the icon, and we have data. So here's this transformer. I don't know why I can't quite see the top, but this is all the transformer data. So it tells them sort of, you know, the transformation voltage that's there. It's got information about when it was installed, other information that they need to be able to access that otherwise they would have to call back to one of the designers to look up on an Excel spreadsheet and try and find that information before they actually did the work and did it safely. So that's the type of information that they have available to them. They can also click on a layer, and so in this case, we can show the third-party utilities here. So this is Fortis BC gas line. It's important for us to know that there's a gas line in there. If there's some major fault and we need to get an excavator in to work on that, we've got a gas line there. So now we're automatically sort of, you know, aware of that. So we've been able to import other utilities information in here as well, just like once the entire city is on GIS, we'll be able to have all of the water mains and everything else will be all, you know, visible to the crews as they're on the line. So, you know, that's the type of thing they get there. If they get a call and they need to go to a certain address. Oh, sorry, selecting there. Let's see. So if we wanted to do that. Look at that. We could go to 1005 Carbonate Street. Zoom in there. Understand what's connected there. Now, each of the meters is shown here, or each of the service connections. What we did to expedite the rollout is we just selected the service address as the GPS location. So currently our meter locations are not accurate, but once we roll out AMI, we will have an exact GPS location for every one of those meters, so we'll exactly know where those are. So the meter tech, when he goes to the house, he doesn't have to walk around trying to find where that meter is.
But you could get GPS, you could GPS them now.
We could GPS them now. That would take time to walk around each one, but we're
Part of
hoping.
the metadata.
Yeah, exactly. So, and at some point we might develop an app for the meter tech when he's doing his job now. Anytime he's at a meter,
Yeah.
he can upload that into a layer here. We're not there yet, but that's
Going
where
to
we're
that
going.
house with the fancy driveway.
I'm just interested with the third-party providers. Do they interface with you automatically
have
when they
electricity.
make changes?
They're part of a global database, so you know, we will upload, you know, some information from Nelson Hydro for other utilities to be able to share that data as well. And you know, most utilities and other organizations are participating in that global GIS database. So we can select from a different number of different things. All the parcel maps are in here, all the service addresses are already in here, loaded up. So we didn't have to create that data, we just grab it and there it is. And it's gonna be the same data that the city of Nelson is gonna use, you know, for all of their
Did you bring that over from land titles on a regular
Exactly.
basis?
And then it gets updated on a regular basis, so.
Because these systems are interoperable.
Yeah, and that's with the GIS, like, you know, especially our GIS, which is the foundation where all of our databases plug into, that's sort of the standard, that's what they all use. So it just grabs it and it grabs updates when the frequency that you set it at, so.
So easy drop downs, so we've, you know, got certain things that are bookmarked so that we can find them easily, so that crews can, you know, can zoom in on the things that are important to us. This is the Mill Street substation. You'll notice that the imagery is not up to date and accurate relative to the brand new substation that we built, but all of the underground services and poles, the new poles that are put in here are reflecting the new. So as soon as that imagery is updated, it will automatically update into our GIS. So, you know, in this case, you can look at the poles, we can see, you know, what kind of a pole it is. It's 55 feet tall, it's a class 1 pole, we know the pole number, so we can identify it if we ever need to do any work on it. So that's the kind of things that are available to the crews as they're working on it. And they will have a markup app that if they find something that isn't, you know, what it's showing, if they get in the field and find an error or disconnect with what what's in the field, they can mark that up and then send that to the designers who are gonna be the keepers of the, you know, records, you know, so this is our, you know, database of record for all of all of the system assets. So it's all here, so this is Coffee Creek, you can see the Fortis BC lines are there, we've got our lines coming in. Again, we've got all the data that we need on the transformers, the poles, all the lines that are coming in. Crimes that are coming in there. So they've got all that information, they know that this pole was placed in 1997, so they've got information right there in their hand, in the field, to be able to do that. And of course, the designers are doing all of their design work in GIS. We are no longer using AutoCAD to do our design work, so they're doing it in GIS. Once it's constructed, the field workers verify that, and it gets into the permanent record in the field for the next people. So it's instantaneously updated. We're not having to sort of like turn it, constantly go back and like, oh, this is wrong, and somebody changes a fuse in the middle of the night in the field. Is it the right fuse? Is not, that they can access that information right on the GIS. So that's what Nelson Hydro's up to.
Maybe just as like future state with Nelson Hydro, I understand the goal is to understand we take out this portion of the system here, it will show the downstream effects of such actions.
Yeah, ultimately we will we have our SIME system model, so the data from the GIS will just upload directly into that, so we can do simulations. So if someone asks for a service extension, we can look and see what the downstream effects are. If we need to upgrade a substation transformer or something else that's in the system, and we can start to do system modeling with all this data by leveraging the assets. We're using utility networks, which means that all of these assets are not standalone, they're connected. So, and the system knows that they're connected, so we can start to look, okay, if this fuse fails, or we have a fault in this area, what's the impact, which fuses are gonna fail, which breakers are gonna trip, how many people are gonna be out of service. Still working on that, but it's coming.
Scott?
So now, and amazingly, there are so many fewer, that's not the what I wanna say, but there are less power outages than there were certainly when I moved here. Are you able to clearly identify, or more so with GIS, the extent of those outages and the source of them? Or is that something you can already do to some extent?
That's the hope,
Okay.
and we want to integrate our whole outage management system into GIS. We haven't yet. We're still using Fulcrum, a separate, geospatial database to sort of like record when they happen and get that database. But eventually, we will be able to look at the extent and the connectivity. It's like, okay, we've got a fault here. We'll be able to see that, and then of course, AMI gets in there, well, we've got even more. For now, yes, we can actually identify sort of like, which block is out based on, if this person's out, we know all these other people are out, they just haven't phoned in yet.
So if I'm heading to Uphill Market for a latte and their power is out, I can look at my map and see if Oso's still up, so I can just walk down a few blocks?
Eventually, we will have a lot of this
Not right
information
now, but that's
available to the public. I mean, not all of the information, but we will have a lot of information available to the public, so they can, let us know when there's a street light that's purple, or, other sort of issues that are happening, notify us, and it shows right on the map, and the crews can go straight there.
Nice, very exciting, thank you.
Thanks, Scott. And we were gonna have Jeff present a tool that they're working on. It's not quite done yet. Maybe Jeff, you could give just a quick share sort of what you're doing with the tool and where you started and where you're at.
For sure, yeah, sorry I didn't bring any visuals because the product is still being fine-tuned. The city of Nelson has been doing wildfire mitigation and all that sort of stuff for 15 years or so. 15 years. And it's been through different consultants, different funding sources, different fire chiefs, different fire smart coordinators, and that information, due to the change of people that were involved, has become very fragmented. Some of it has almost been lost. We've gone through great extents to kind of gather that information all back up and try and put it in a format that isn't dependent on the people involved. And so we undertook a project, called it the One Map to Rule Them All. And it is a GIS product that takes all of the data sets that we've compiled, not only through the mitigation efforts, but through other GIS products, namely a product that we did with Selkirk College, where we had a GIS student create a bunch of data sets for us. You've seen some of the information and presentations where we've been able to analyze the city with LiDAR. We can show very accurate structure to structure interfaces with themselves, with coniferous tree densities, compounded with slope, and all those variables that will affect fire intensity and ember receptivity, short and long range ember spotting. So there's all this data that we have, and our goal is moving forward is to make data-driven decisions. We only have so many hours in a day, and we only have so many resources and so many personnel to work on these projects, that using tools like this to focus our efforts is invaluable. And so what this product does and did is it assessed all of the land that encompasses the border of the city of Nelson, and it's divided it up into over 2,000 parcels, which is a giant amount. And through algorithms and the GIS people who speak a language I don't understand, and I'm very GIS ignorant, and I agree with you, I don't even know half of, or a quarter of a percent of what GIS can do. I just know what I need and it can do it. And so we got that 2,000 plus parcels of concern down to 112. And now each of those units have attribute tables attached to them and priority ranking based on predetermined stuff that we've determined as important and ranked. And it's spitting out a priority list of, this is our 112 parcels. These are the priorities based on the inputs that you put in and which we should treat first. And so it's taken all that data that individually you just can't assess them all, but with creating the right apps, it really lays it out to you. What seems like a very simple, like, why doesn't it already do this? It just doesn't. The data doesn't come together in this format until you have something that can do it, and GIS is that tool. And it's for my wildfire mitigation and emergency management, it's invaluable. And we haven't even cracked pre-planning for wildfire events yet. So
Great. Which I think brings up the point that, the folks we're working with are working with GIS. They're not working with paper, they're not working with Excel spreadsheets, they're working with the current standard. And we need to get to that standard so the data we're getting from consultants or whatever, we have access to it.
Great, thanks, Jeff. Yeah, and thanks. I think that, CAO's comments sort of bring us bang on. GIS is an operational tool. It's not a luxury. It's not some shiny thing that we're chasing down. I would argue that we are well behind. We have made efforts to work on our GIS with the current service provider. We haven't really been able to get there. There's a whole lot more out there that can really help us not only catch up, but also start really taking advantage of the efficiencies that come. And once we have all of that data in a central area, all our departments are going to benefit. There's going to be efficiencies for all of us, both in cost and time associated with that. And yeah, just again to highlight, the options that we're looking at are really have a focus on being cost-effective solutions that we're looking at here, and we really do think that there's good opportunity there. One of the sort of caveats that goes with that is we'll always have to manage our data ourselves, and we're already doing that in so many ways with so many resources. So it's not like that's going to change. We're just going to be managing our data differently, but that's going to be a critical piece to making this all work. And then finally, we'll be looking at we have July and August in there. We'll see how things go and how the council agendas go as well. But we will be coming back to council to present an RFD with a business case to discuss the way forward, including, what to do with the RDCK GIS. So it is looking at, will include options that includes that service as it currently exists.
Councillor Payne?
I'm interested with we're talking a lot of data, and whenever I hear data these days, I think cybersecurity. So does this increase or lessen our cybersecurity risks, or is there just no effect?
Well, I'm no expert in cybersecurity, but the security side of it comes from someone being able to actually, I think that the bigger cybersecurity risks come from somebody getting access to our data. So that's more through whether it's like a phishing attempt through emails and that focus, as opposed to, them trying to break into the Esri GIS system that's, hosted out of the cloud, AWS cloud. I think that, as I understand it, our greatest risk from a cybersecurity is more around, our emails and access into those, which then they get into our system and start holding things hostage, right? And
I'm just curious about having all the data together like this. Like now we're saying it's in disparate locations,
Yeah.
so.
Yeah, tactically, right?
I echo what Keith, of course, we back everything up, so
Yeah,
if you're,
yeah.
we're talking about data loss, then you have backups, but as far as like what's a target for folks, probably less likely this type of data and more like what Chris is saying, customer information and that type of stuff, and that wouldn't be on there. Also, with SCADA type systems where people could gain access and then actually control something, like turn something off, and again, this isn't that type of system, so I think it would be on the lower level.
Correct. It's all sci-fi to me.
Councillor Payne, Page.
You just call me Kevin Payne. So looking at the options that were provided in here, obviously managing our own data is critical. And the biggest part of managing our own data and getting the results we're looking at on a department by department basis is gonna come down to our skills training in developing these data models and our ability to integrate with, every daily work order type systems, right? Like the ability to go out and tour for fire code and safety violations and have whatever application or form that's being filled out on your tablet actually interfacing with the GIS system, likely in a bi-directional way, so you're updating the metadata as you go. So whether it's at the RDCK or you're sharing stuff with Robson and Castlegar or whatever it is, it's gonna be those skills almost on a department basis that can take that knowledge of how the departments work and integrate it into something that extracts that value. Otherwise, it's a bunch of fancy potentialities that you can't actually realize.
Yeah.
So what is that to me is the nut of where it doesn't really matter where it's hosted. It can be hosted with a cloud provider for frick's sakes, and that would be just fine. What is the approach there to bring that skill set up within the workforce itself, beyond the number of years we'll have where we're just bringing old data in and consolidating all these disparate systems into the same unified data model, to kind of keep our staff and get our staff to a degree that they can continue to iterate those business processes and integrate them, and keep that data live, and not create a scenario where someone marks it down on a map and then gives it to a guy who knows how to do just that part of it, and then now that guy's got a stack of paper this tall of things to update.
Yeah, great question, and I think it'll come down to ultimately which route we end up going. I think that, we've called one of the slides out of this that said what we've considered. I think that is what you guys had received perhaps, or we sent out an updated one. Ultimately, it'll come down to what we decide, which sort of format we decide going with, and what tools we use out there. I would anticipate that there will be less taking what we're doing now and trying to figure out how it fits into the new system, and more understanding what we're doing now, why we're doing it, and then building that functionality in the new system. So that it won't have the sort of jankiness of, oh, well, this one doesn't really talk to that one, so mark it down on a map and then we'll manually go and do that. I think we would look to have all the data in the GIS system, and then when you wanna do your fire inspections, that are now gonna be mandated, you build a module in there that comes up and it has all the stuff and it's sort of stands on top of that data. And that all comes down to sort of that logic process that you go through to determine, so that if this then that, sort of model, right? Where, okay, is this a single family or, a multifamily dwelling? No. Is it commercial? Yes, and then it just walks you through there. So I think the training will happen as we develop it. Again, there's, like you said, there's the process of getting all the data in one spot, patriating it into that GIS sort of, database, if you'll call it that, and then building the tools on top of that. And so that's all gonna be that process that we go through and work through, and much like Scott Spencer and Nelson Energy has done over the last couple of years, is bringing first that information in and then starting to build out these tools that the crews can use in the field to actually leverage all of that data that's there and interact with it and correct it and, as they're going along and provide all of that. Not sure if, you want to add anything?
I'll add, the training part is what I think we were also,
Skills development.
skills development. So ESRI has, or ArcGIS has lots of different layers of sophistication.
Yeah.
So you've got, the people who understand the nuts and bolts, people that maintain the data, and then it gets, more generic, easier to use as you go up, up, up. And so would be looking at that kind of layered approach where we've got super simple tools for the crews in the field where it's, you don't even need training. You can just say, this button where you search for your address, this is where you change your layers, and then that's it. This is where you,
It should be able to have an iPad stand at the
Yes.
meter and be like,
this is
this is the location of
yeah.
type of the meter, and that's done.
So with the various levels of the need to know, like the people in the field may not need the same tools as the designers. So we're gonna customize and tailor the views for a different audience. And so there's that capability built into the core tool itself. And then of course, there's always, ESRI has an online school. They have online training, they have computer-based training. We can get in-person training and we can get customized training for how the workflows work, so we can integrate our work processes easier. So to Chris's point, it depends on what option we go with, how much we take on, how much we give
That's
to
the
it.
phasing Kate was speaking to
Yeah.
earlier, like how
Yeah.
fast, how many departments, which departments first.
Yes.
So everybody all at once.
And we have, at the business case level, we have an idea of the broad approach to that.
Yeah.
But it wouldn't be to the implementation project level where we get into the nuts and bolts, what departments and what data.
Yeah.
And what solutions go first. So we're not at the implementation stage, we're just trying to figure out that governance model
Yeah.
at this point. So that will be coming in the future.
So I guess the secondary question when you're developing the business case to bring to us in July and August is there's gonna be the core piece of this, and we're still talking governance models and where the data might live and how it might integrate with our local government partners. But then I anticipate, and I wanna make sure we capture within those costings, there's gonna be X% of, planning that is now those staff learning to work in this new way, to develop a set of tools within that area. This will be a specific part of the water utility that now is allocating itself on an ongoing basis to be bringing more data in, updating the fidelity or the resolution of the data. Some of the data is obviously not down to the millimeter. There's a big conversation at the Ottawa piece is as you collect more of it, then you start to want to desire and need and be sophisticated. You want it to be within more and more tolerance of it. So that's like a piece of the cost that will live throughout the organization that won't show up in the numbers on the budget necessarily, but it will take from capacity everywhere else.
I think that kind
Which
of
is
best.
good,
yeah.
I'm for that, I'm totally sold on the GIS world.
I think the best practices for organizational change management
Mm.
include that reinforcement time, include that settle-in time to get, that, to manage the change of how they're working.
Yeah.
And so it's not wise for us to year after year roll out something different. We need some settle time, we need some absorption time, we need people not to, get people used to working differently. And so at least at this kind of governance stage when we're putting through, these estimated costs, those kind of things are being considered, like, over a 5-year period, we may do 3 projects, like it kind of space them out, that kind of thing. But in terms of like what departments and what areas go first, well, we can talk about that with the steering committee and put together some ideas for your presentation.
Well, and with the pleasure of the mayor and all. So then like fire as an example.
Yeah.
Fire obviously is one that we have call-out agreements that extend beyond the city mapping piece and have worked with coordinated partners that are also doing GIS work specifically around seeing that they're getting more sophisticated. So there's also that piece for a department like that, and hydro falls in a similar category but not necessarily the same, where we've got to align how we're both working together to put the data in and how we're going to exchange that data with each other, so that we're holding the same standard. It's not like you have to figure out how to deal with the fire and blue it separately from the mapping perspective or from a separate tool versus dealing with a fire in Rosemont. Sorry, I have been traveling the last 2 days, so I'm a little bit more tired than usual.
I agree. Part of the kind of high level strategy for rolling this out includes time to develop what we call standards or policies around the accuracy of data. So hydro and fire are collecting them the same way.
Yeah.
So when we come in and we start to overlay all these layers, it's all going to be to standard. That's a policy. We're going to follow that. So yeah, we will be looking at those kind of things as one of the governance aspects of rolling out a citywide GIS in terms of getting those standards, those policies, those procedures at a very, initially broad level to start, but we want to make sure that we have those data collections, for example, or, little standards of, how these apps are created. We want to make sure that the user experience is consistent. So, a simple example is like, well, the X is always in the upper right-hand corner, or, those kind of things. So people just get used to doing those, and we want to make sure those standards are consistent across the organization. I mean, I simplify with us as an example of making sure we're looking at it holistically across the organization.
Okay, cool.
Okay, so I really want to thank the team for coming. I think that we were kind of getting a little bit there into the weeds maybe about how we were going to be implementing the program, but thank you for those technical questions, Councillor Page. And I look forward to, and just so you know, you're probably not going to come back until September. The schedule is pretty full, but I do want to thank Scott and Jeff and Jillian. So thank you very much for your presentation this evening. We look forward to coming here and come back. Okay, I'm just gonna try to borrow a little bit of time here as we're eating in. I'd like to go on to the city manager's verbal report, if we could.
Sure, just a couple things. I was able to go with Mayor and Sarah, I believe, to tour the shelter on Monday the 26th, so it was really great to see, be there, see how they run their programs, hear about their successes, etc. I think they sent us about a bunch of data out on, basically the number of clients they've seen, and the successes they've seen, etc. So it was really good to get that insight and get an understanding of some of the challenges they have in that location as well. So that was important. Then speaking of Cottonwood Park, Chris Jury and I met with the Azuchi Friendship Society. They just we're looking for some guidance of how they sort of manage the upkeep of that park in consideration of not receiving any ready funding this year. So they have been using that to do everything from, mulch and flowers and all just the basic, maintenance stuff that they're doing. So not even, I think we looked at it in the past as sort of new projects, but it was the basic maintenance of that park that, that they were relying on that funding for. And again, as a nonprofit, they talked about potentially looking at other granting streams for projects, etc. But that takes resources from a group that spends a lot of time actually maintaining a park. So we are looking at some, our own budgets that, we obviously provide mulch and those things for all the other parks that we manage directly. So we're gonna have to carve out some funding there to ensure that park continues to be maintained. And I can't expect a volunteer group to dig into their own pockets and do that sort of thing. So we're gonna work with them. Chris is gonna identify some existing budgets that we may have to trim a little bit to create some some room for them as well. We had the staff appreciation barbecue on Thursday, and it was well attended. Our HR folks and the other people that volunteered to put that all together did a fabulous job. And the feedback I got when I was there was this was the best one ever. We do it at the Rod and Gun Club, come on the Cottonwood Park theme here. So we do it down there, and the venue works really well. And the staff were really appreciative of the work. Fun fact that I found out, we set a new record this year. One of our employees managed to eat 4.5 double burgers at the event.
It's probably Scott.
Those were
Skinny
big
Scott.
burgers, oh my goodness.
So that was pretty interesting to find out. So, but again, a big shout out to our HR team and pulling that together, and they do a fabulous job there. So
Hopefully you had good weather.
Beautiful.
Was it a good day?
Yes, yeah, we had great weather.
There was a bit of rain at the end, but
Yeah.
Cause last year I went in, it was like a monsoon or whatever you call those bursting storm clouds last year when I went.
Okay, then Cottonwood Park itself and the market. Maybe I'll just quickly give you an update on that. First of all, apologies that this all came out at the last minute. We had some concerns of running that market in the downtown with the amount of construction that we have going there, and the fact that those projects started to drag. The transit project was supposed to be wrapped up in May, now it's dragging to at least the end of June. When I looked there, I'm kind of concerned whether they're even gonna get done by that time. The Vernon Street's tied up by the Civic Center project, and so just that movement of traffic is challenging at the best of times, but with all we had Fall Street tied up at the other end, so we had a lot of congestion. So we're trying to like I said, find the best solution for the market and the downtown as a whole. And these projects started dragging out, and ultimately we had to make the market was going to open very soon, and we had to make a call, and that's the call we made. Was we think we can better support it at down at Cottonwood Falls. It's obviously set up for a market, and the Saturday market's been very successful there, and yeah, we lost our market coordinator in the middle of this as well, so it really was dragging out a decision to the last moment, and ultimately we had to make a call on that, and that's the call we made. So that's it for me.
Okay, questions? Councillor Payne?
I'm just interested in the process. I'm thinking about 45 Government Road and accessibility. What's the process for us to ask BC Transit to divert the 99 through Railtown so that there would be transit for 45 Government Road or something else? But that's what I thought would be the easiest thing to do.
Yeah, we will.
Because
We have-
they were talking about September, December, sometime in there, is that correct?
Open this year? No, you're away.
Oh, sorry.
It's a year, it's 2026.
Whatever it is, I know BC Transit doesn't move fast, I've been thinking about this and I just wanted to get it out there, cause I don't know what have they got their ducks in a row for the health campus?
Yeah, any new larger project like that, we're having a bunch of residents at one time, then yes, our job is to let BC Transit know, and they look at, that transit routing, every diversion or whatever, adds time and changes everything, right? So they just need that advanced notice of, and we can ask them to look at what that impact would be if we looked at that. I know when we originally had looked at the transit exchange being at the CP Station House, a number of years ago, they, when they looked at that and what that impacted on, the impact of that, they recommended against that, but we can ask them again on this particular project.
Yeah, cause I know it would take a little more time, but,
Yeah, they need,
I mean, that's one of the things for me is accessibility to the Rod and Gun Club, the market, all of those things. Is there's nothing right now.
Yeah.
It's a 12-minute walk from Warden Baker
Yeah.
to get to that Railtown area. And in a day like today, hunky-dory.
Yeah.
33 degrees outside, walking down, walking back up,
and what is our
not
last,
so much fun,
what's
trust
our
me.
last stop? Is it down by the Best Western? There must be a stop down there.
It's at the corner with the bicycle.
Oh,
Corner
Sacred
above the
Ride?
Best Western.
No, it's Sacred
Barracks
Ride.
is the
You're
other
talking
side.
about, you're saying it's kitty corner to Basaba and yeah, so it's at Fall. Jeez. I don't know.
The bike shop.
My GIS coordinating is knowing where the oak tree is. It has the yellow ribbon tie around it, okay?
And no, that's we're.
Yeah, cause I mean, they
Market
either turn
there.
and get on the highway or they go straight, which now that the lights are there, I think will be a little bit easier.
Yeah.
It's gonna take them a few more minutes, obviously, but it does provide a solution to that
There's their
acce-
information centers
accessibility,
there
which-
and.
for me is a big thing.
And hopefully, Rick will review this meeting in case somebody forgets to tell him, but something to bring up is to keep that in mind, particularly because we have some time there and there are gonna be more people living down there, because the same thing would apply to transit accessibility for people that potentially would be in the Chamber of Commerce development.
Exactly. Now, so would it go to Rick? I guess that's why
No,
I
no,
just
no.
brought it up.
No, I mean, it's just like, it's
I sort of had it
it's
on my
more for
radar and I
Rick to
didn't
get
know
it in
where
his
to go,
brain.
so I thought if I throw it at
Yeah.
you right now,
Yeah.
at least we'll.
No, these are the people to throw it at, but just for it to be in Rick's brain.
It's specifically, that's why the Transit Services Committee versus West County Transit Committee exists. The Transit Services Committee is specifically to have an interface between users, riders, experiences, and obviously staff will just get in touch with Tom, who is the coordinator for that. But to Kevin's point, a 90 seconds, 2 minutes change in the routing can mean that a bus that's coming from somewhere else isn't linking up in Castlegar now. And then now that bus is leaving sooner, so that's gotta pull back and you can have
Yeah,
these
I
quite,
get it. Yeah. I get all that, which is why I want it out in front.
Yeah, fair enough,
Let's get
Fair
out in
enough.
front so we don't leave people standing in the cold in the winter.
100%, yeah.
I
So
don't like
Transit
it.
Services Committee.
Yeah, and that's
And
why we need
that's good
a shelter
information.
at, they should be contemplating a bus shelter at Mount St. Francis, because the bus can't go in there.
I know.
So they designed Mount St.
I couldn't
Francis so the
even
bus
believe
can
that.
access there.
Shelter with seating.
Remind me where we were, this will be, based on what we're bringing up here. We had had some discussions about some of that tourism funding money long ago, about that road there in front of Nelson Ford, getting improvements in general.
Tourism funding?
Well, I remember Sebastian was here, and so this is going back a couple of years. There was talk of improving the streetscape along that road in front of Ford and just bringing that whole connection in and to the market.
That's the rail town snap.
That's just the rail town route, so no longer a project on the plate, or I thought there was something more specific we were working on.
Yeah, I think maybe we talked about it when we got that money to, you know, do
It
the,
was definitely being discussed then.
yeah, and I think, yeah, I don't know where we ended up.
Right around when we were talking about signs and we were also
Yeah,
talking about
yeah.
paving and we were talking about, because to the 33-degree days, it's like, that's also an entirely untreed
Yep.
stretch that we're inviting people into the park, and there's
Yeah.
no
Well, and
trees
that's
anywhere,
where we
there's
should-
odd parking and farmer supply, like this whole,
Yeah.
there's lots of space there, but the way we use it is not necessarily.
Yeah, I think, yeah, it's a good reason why we should continue to bring our neighborhood plans back up and where are we with them and what are we trying to achieve with them and keep them live documents, because it's really easy to write them, do some early projects and then kind of lose momentum in them, but
So we were talking OCP at the workshop earlier, but is the rail town, even though there is a SNAP plan, does it make sense to define the rail town as a neighborhood plan to keep consistent with these other spots that we wanna create some sort of specific area of work around, cause they're in active development?
well, it is a neighborhood plan. It was a sustainable neighborhood plan, that's what the funding was for, we brought in sustainability principles into it, but it was a neighborhood plan. How do people move, how do, what kind of development that looks like, what kind of feel that neighborhood has, that's all in that plan. In addition to sort of the sustainability principles in there, so.
And I think that when we talk about the neighborhood plan, and I'm sure Councillor Payne will have something to say to this, because she was on the OCP, is the neighborhood plan is a concept. It's not, it's a concept in the OCP. It's like, people keep talking about, oh, I hear now, that doesn't fit the neighborhood plan. I'm like, it doesn't fit the neighborhood plan, because to a certain extent, there isn't a neighborhood plan there. We see where these nodes are, where there's gonna be more densification or for the potential for redevelopment, and that these things need to be contemplated. And we're putting them into the OCP because the OCP is that overarching vision document. It's not the nuts and bolts, which is what I always think of as the zoning and the policies and whatever. And so as things go along, those plans, I see those being the work plan of the OCP going forward, and depending on how development looks, one of those will get pulled out, just like the SNAP got pulled out, or just like when we did the massive downtown and what did we call that plan?
That one.
Which one?
The downtown.
Revitalization of Baker Street.
Yeah,
Downtown waterfront plan.
yeah. I mean, when we did that one, I mean, and and within there was the whole thing about what does the bench look like? What did the street light looks like? How wide's the sidewalk? I mean, that was a comprehensive plan. And so I think that those plans become relevant in the work plan of staff as time goes on. And so, yeah, I think of the SNAP for Railtown as being like a neighborhood plan. And we're just calling them neighborhood plans until they get a fancy name from staff. It took me a long time to try to remember what SNAP meant, but
Yeah.
anyways, Pam Moreau just named it, and it was great. The SNAP plan kind of sounds fun.
That's the funding, that's how we got the funding. We
Yeah.
need to get a sustainable
snapped.
neighborhood, yeah,
Yeah,
action plan. And that one is an action plan. There's a number of actions that we were to do in that one. And that is, OCP, high level, and, neighborhood plan starts to identify actions and then they have to get into work plans, but yeah, we sometimes lose some.
Okay, I'm being mindful of time. Does anybody have any other questions for the city manager about anything he's presented? And do you have anything else on your list?
I don't, but I can
Okay.
turn to my other colleagues.
Yeah, and the
If
only
we're being
thing,
mindful of time, sorry.
Yeah, yeah.
The city of Nelson is hosting an event tonight. I would like to attend it for 20 minutes, so how much later are we gonna go?
Wait, you wanted to leave now, like, sorry.
I would like to leave so I have enough time to walk over to the Innovation Center, say hello to the presenters, thanks so much for coming and being here, and then coming back. So do we know how?
So that's right now. That's happening.
Yes, it is. It's right
Okay.
now.
Well, councillors, if you feel you'd like to wind this up, so Councillor Payne can go to another event. It is our dinner break. I was trying to get through at least the city reports before we broke for dinner, but then you would be coming back potentially late for the start of the 7 o'clock.
I hope not.
Yeah.
So
I think we
I
can.
just want, I would have ideally liked to attend the event, but since I can't attend the event, I just wanted to.
okay, it would have been great if you had let me, like any of you in the future, if you need to be going somewhere, it's really great as we're trying to maintain quorum and get through meetings and such, because I see Miss Jessie, Councilor Pinero is still here, so we still have quorum, so.
Good if I go then?
Yeah.
Excuse me.
We'll see that.
It's the city of Nelson is hosting a free information center with 3 panel speakers happening at the Nelson Innovation Center. So is, my understanding is sort of it's the kickoff, what?
What are they presenting tomorrow?
Go by bike week?
Thank you.
Yeah, sorry, didn't get that far? Oh, yeah.
Yeah, it's Go by Bike Week this week, so it's
It's
the
Go
week
by
to go by bike.
Okay, great, thanks. Yeah, I'm good with wrapping it up for now, going to somewhere.
Well, no, well, I mean, maybe we can get through, if we have some more committee reports, we could try to get through them. If we lend another couple minutes, so did you have anything?
no, I'm good, yeah.
You're good? General manager?
Yeah, I mean, I can provide just real quick updates. The Kootenai paving, there was questions about that, sort of what's going on. They didn't get the full paving done there. It appeared, you go there and their paved crews were there on the weekend and it's still not paved from Baker to Victoria. So just a quick explanation there. The paving that they did in the intersection was more patch paving. Whereas the paving that will be done on Kootenai above Baker up to Victoria will be more a full paver width paving. And it will wait to tie into the Victoria paving.
Are they not gonna turn the corner?
It will also pave then up Stanley Street, we're doing a section there, which will all really work because there's some new contouring with how they flattened out Victoria. If you haven't walked by there, definitely walk by there, it's a different looking street.
Yep.
So how that meets onto Stanley is gonna be kinda interesting, so it's good that we had planned, cause last year we had planned to pave Stanley. And we put it off waiting for this project, so it's a good thing that we did, but that whole strip from Kootenai up from Baker, turn down Victoria, and then up Stanley will all be done in one big strip as I understand it, so.
We have media out on that, just so
The paving,
people on the community know why we only pay part of it.
yeah, we probably don't, but yeah, we can put something out there. So that's that, another update, so the Civic Center, you'll notice that the hoarding has been bounced back out further into the street there, taking up more room. We're in the process now of taking scaffolding out of the NCTS space for their purposes, so that's just a narrower lane now. It'll make it harder to make a left-hand turn coming down Hendricks to turn left onto Vernon. So if you're in a bigger vehicle, it's gonna be more challenging. So that is an issue, and then Kootenai Civic, and yeah, the transit exchange itself, the project is ongoing. We're waiting, I'll have an update this week. I think next week there is our next update. I was away, but the last I heard is they were still scheduled to be done at the end of this month. Give or take a bit, so we'll see. I haven't been up there to look, but based on what CAO said, we'll see.
So then just to go back to the paving, so once they finish all of that, when will the paving, cause you know, that's another closure time, we wanna make sure that we're allowing residents and the businesses in that area to know again that there's gonna be detours and roundabouts and
Yeah.
do we have a date for?
Yeah, well, I can get a date, I'll make sure that it's well communicated too. I think for the paving things, we're normally fairly effective at communicating out what'll be paved when.
Okay.
But yeah, it's that little shot and then it goes, the rest of the paving is up, I think, around Houston. So,
And likely, the paving's the last part of that
Yeah,
project, right?
yeah,
Well, that's what
yeah,
I'm saying, it's
sorry.
last part of the
It'll
project,
close it
so
out,
paving
so
won't
right
be
at the end
until,
of June.
yeah, so it won't be till July.
Yeah.
Like, okay, so there's gonna be, that's what I was more trying to get at, thank you, city manager, that like, we're not paving this and then we're doing it at the end.
Mhm.
And then, okay, so July. Okay, great, anything else? Any questions for the general manager?
How long will the scaffolding be coming out of NCIS, making Vernon Street more narrow for wide circumference turns, wide radius turns?
We're having to start to take down that scaffolding. We're still waiting on the Civic Theater Society to determine how they use that scaffolding. We have to pull certain scaffolding out of the, that hallway between Dance and Civic so we can get a glass in there for the windows. We also have to pull out some of the scaffolding out of the Civic or the Theater Society space because right now it's blocking all the sprinklers and the fire detection. So our building inspector said we can't leave that building basically unprotected, so we're having to remove some of that, and we're waiting on the Theater Society to decide how they use the scaffolding that's in there, because the way it was built to do our project doesn't quite fit with how they're gonna do their project. And then we'll start to pull scaffolding out of the Dance umbrella space once we start to put windows in. We have to get the upper windows in and then we start to work down towards the lower windows and painting, et cetera, as we work our way down from the top to the bottom. So windows, I think, are due sort of the end of June, and I think we're a month or two is in there as well, so this will take a while to and then NCTS is going to hopefully be starting their project, so we're tying that space up probably for another good year, if not year and a half.
Corporate officer, do you have anything you'd like to report?
I think the city manager spoke to the market situation. I can give more of an update, but or not, depends.
Yeah, I think in
Yeah.
terms of
give an
what we're
update.
doing in communication and trying to support.
Okay. So in terms of communications, we're doing a ton, we're working with our communications coordinator, Donna, on that, and we're getting social media posts. We're posting regular updates on the website. We're increasing the signage, we're doing media releases, radio ads have started. And we're also collaborating with the tourism groups. So we're trying to get a big push and a big focus on the fact that the Wednesday market has moved to Cottonwood. So we're doing everything that we can to make it successful, and I hope that we see lots of support and the market gets lots of support from the public.
Do you specifically ask of the radio to do that while the market is on? Like specifically be like, today, the market is at Cottonwood.
I can make sure, I would say yes, cause Donna would have taken care of that, but I will definitely double check that and make
Just
sure
might be a
that,
slightly different message that day,
Yep,
slightly
yep.
more frequent.
that's great.
It's like, as you're listening in the dentist office.
So I would
Good
like to say that the first Wednesday market at Cottonwood Park is tomorrow.
Yeah.
So everyone go on down and show your support if you can.
Okay.
But yes, great point. I will talk to Donna about that.
Yeah, and I had a really positive interview today with a woman from Castanet, so we'll see what the outcome is. She was phoning to ask for some more information, and so,
Got Victoria, right? You've got the Transit Exchange, you've got the building in front of, on Vernon there, you've got the Civic, like, in a couple blocks, there's something everywhere.
yeah, and there was, you know what, and we have to consider that there was a near miss up there, last year, which created quite a bit of havoc and some concern amongst, vendors and staff, and so, yeah, I think that, you know, this is 1 year, I'm just gonna say that I didn't participate, I listened to the meeting yesterday that vendors had with Terry, who's the manager of the youth center, about the program, and there was some, you know, there was things that came up that always need to have some work done on them. And I think what I heard them say is that, and I really feel that there was a lot of more passion and that want to sort of reinvigorate the communications and a committee. And I think that we have this opportunity to really move forward, like with a new market coordinator, to be able to bring some new ideas to the table and to work to really to make some changes. I think that, you know, change is difficult, but I think that there's some positive outcomes that can be created here. And one of the things, and I'm just gonna say it just because I think it's something that we need to consider, and it's gonna be really funny coming from me, is that we also need to be, when we're thinking about both of these markets on Wednesday and Saturday, whether they're on Baker Street or Cottonwood or Victoria or the Pier or, you know, the multitude of places that people have suggested over the years to kind of getting it moved off Baker Street. Because what do we do if we get 3 weeks of smoky skies? You know, we talk about climate change, and we talk about climate change over here, and we talk about something else over here. And it has been on my mind about the fact that hopefully once all of this gets settled and we can look at talking with vendors and staff about, do we have a strategy if in August we get 3 weeks of smoky skies and we need to contemplate where we might move a market indoors? I mean, there's other considerations than a block on Baker Street. So that's kind of where my mind is turned, is to taking a look and thinking about, might not be this year, might be next year. As they say that, you know, it's not where the fire is, or it's when the fire is, or whatever the thing is that everybody says. So I think those are all discussions too that need to be added to the table when we're having discussions about our markets. And everybody loves the market. It's not like anybody doesn't want the market. Everybody wants the market. We're talking about a location. Yeah, so anyways, just my additional thoughts on that. Sorry, I shouldn't be stealing your, yeah. Anyhow, I think we still have enough time to eat dinner, and it looks like there'll be just 3 of us, so if I could have a motion, 4 of us. Sorry, Jesse, we can send some home to you or wherever you are. If I could have a motion to adjourn for a meal break, moved by Councillor Page, seconded by Councillor Tate. All those in favor? So Jesse, just so you know, Councillor Panero, we will be starting at 7. And I just want to say congratulations on the success of your team this last weekend while you were away. Yes,
Thanks a lot.
Congrats,
did.
Jesse. Good
Yeah,
job.
that's awesome.
Thank you. It's taken a toll, trust me.
so.
Enjoy your dinner.
Person is, I invited Jesse Pinero, but I'm not sure that he's
That's what I'm trying to figure out here, so I'm
Okay.
trying to look at,
okay.
yeah, maybe give him if you want
That'd
to
be great.
chance, yeah.
When you have only 4 people, which we won't, but I was just curious, if you have only 4 people, do all 4 people have to vote the same way for it to be the quorum, or is it quorum of the 4?
No, it's however the vote of 4 goes.
So 3 out of 4 have to
Because I
vote,
can't get into the other.
not 4 out of 7.
No, she can't
Like
give
if we
that.
were gonna vote on a recess and only 2 people said yes,
Sarah, like we can't here in the audience.
do you need all 4 people to say yes or only 3 people to say yes?
She's just inviting you.
It's the quorum of the whole.
Three, it's the quorum of
Needs
who's
no
here in the, it's the
response
vote
from
of the
you.
who's in the room.
Okay.
It wasn't something I wanted to do.
Sorry, I'm just like,
Yeah, there's.
2 and 2, okay, that makes, hang on. Then we draw
Sorry, I
straws,
should've
I
said
think, and
2.
have to just look at, yeah.
You can invite them.
Could not figure out how to like turn it off, or how this just pop up.
Yeah, then you put on this meeting.
Yeah, it's the 50 plus 1 of who's in the room,
Who's in the room? Okay.
Okay, here we go.
kind of idea.
No, I
I was
meant
trying to
sorry.
call
I
you.
meant to be quorum is part of the room.
You have a launch and stuff,
Yeah. Quorum is defined.
Just my chance to do a council report?
And for some people.
No, I'm gonna allow I'm gonna, it's such a jam-packed meeting
told
that
the beginning,
you can maybe pick the top 2 maybe, or
Being off
in the
on,
chat.
you're on this quorum, we're
Yeah,
on
stop,
the same thing,
stop.
quorum of
Yeah.
2/3
If
versus
Yeah.
a super majority.
Depends on the.
You're on
Few
line.
meetings, whatever.
you're probably the only person with
I
a
knew we were
report, so
slicing and dicing.
I'm trying to allow these things to happen, but just.
I wrote it all out, so I can be pretty concise and quick.
It could be 1 person only for person, it depends.
And I don't have to do it all.
It says no
but
response.
I'll do the housing, the
Oh, why don't we have a rep here? Or is that maybe just the council chambers down below?
It would depend.
To have a meeting.
Can we, are we not on?
Majority.
We're live.
Right, I got you.
Okay.
Yeah,
So
we're gonna
can
try
I
and-
just regroup and then you guys keep working on Jesse and I'm gonna let Councillor Payne do her report, so we won't be into the
Okay.
brass
We're gonna-
tacks of,
I could feel it, I can feel the brightness.
she's got it written out so she can just give you the copy so you don't have to take notes.
Okay, yeah, is that okay?
Let's just, yep, that's fine, let's
Okay, if I could have, we're having some technical difficulties, but I wanna start the meeting so we don't get delayed. So if I could have a motion to reconvene, moved by Councillor Page. Are we gonna test the 2 and 2 vote? Seconded by Councillor Payne, all those in favor?
You need 3.
See, we're gonna test the
You
2 by
raise
2.
your
Just
hand.
making sure I
We need to
understand.
leave the room,
Yep,
Kate, is
No,
that what
you've got, you're good.
Don't leave the room, we don't.
Okay,
We need 4 to hold the meeting, we need 3 to pass the vote, am I correct?
Sign in too.
Am I getting it?
What does the
Okay.
tie do? Does the tie pass or not?
You should just
so,
go to Microsoft 360.
Tie fails.
A tie fails.
Oh, let's fail.
oh gosh. Okay, moving on. We were at item 8 when we broke for our short dinner. And so I'd just like to do council reports. And Council Payne, I know you have something there that on your list, so I'll start with you.
I'm going to send you that.
It has been a busy week in our little town, so I will move quickly through these things. Thursday, May 22nd, our library here is working with UBC Information Systems, which is where librarians go to become librarians. They're one of 4 communities in British Columbia doing this work of dialogues to inform climate action in the communities. They gathered a fascinating group of individuals and we sort of created the agenda as we went and talked about some really amazing projects that I hope will move forward with this thing. On Saturday, the 24th, I was down at Cottonwood Market because they had a micro housing group gathered to talk about the innovative and creative ways we could move forward to meet the housing needs that we know we have not only here in our community, but right across the country. I did see 20, I think that's how you pronounce it, additive manufacturing, a firm right here in Harrop Proctor who's 3D printing houses. Their biggest customer is Japan. Really fascinating work, and I'm always amazed when it's Harrop, they're doing it here. I had an amazing conversation with the new executive director of Habitat for Humanity and hope to do some work with them moving forward. I had a bit of a break after that, and then I went right straight up to the KCR block party, which has resumed after a bit of a hiatus. The Lions took it over last year, but KCR is back. Lions Park, bouncy castle, hot dogs, lots of music, the whole thing. It was great and it was a beautiful day. On Wednesday the 28th, I went to an event organized by Redone, hosted by Anchors, and a variety of other organizations were there. They had a huge group show up for Safety First, Restoring Safety, Reducing Harm, and Renewing Hope, where Guy Felicella, and if you haven't seen him before, his story is pretty amazing. He lived for over 20 years as a substance abuser and in and out of the criminal justice system on the Lower East Side in Vancouver. He tells his story, which is quite moving. I believe it's available on YouTube if you weren't there, but I think we were just really blessed to have him here in our community and glad we had a huge group to see that, as well as Corey Ranger, who's a nurse and works with the Harm Reduction Nurses Association. And he collects with a group of individuals all of the data around substance use and the toxic drug emergency that we have been experiencing for a number of years now. The line that hit me so movingly was that stigma kills.
Okay, cheers.
We know that 75% of the people who abuse drugs are living in their homes, using alone, normally working during the day, and just not able to connect in a valuable way to any of the harm reduction services that are available in our community. We see a very small portion of that. Also went to the City Employee Appreciation Lunch, where our own fire chief was out there manning the grill, and that guy knows how to make a burger. But thanks to one and all, it was a fun event, and I got to interact with some of the departments that I don't normally see, like the mechanics, who keep the buses running smoothly, and I told them I really appreciated that because I ride the buses on a pretty regular basis. From there, I went to, there was a tour of Stepping Stones Emergency Shelter, which was one of those mysterious places that I'd always wanted to see inside. Joanne Mata, the Director of Housing at Nelson Cares, along with Chantel from Stepping Stones, just gave us a really wonderful overview of the changes that have happened over the last year to really improve the work they're doing both within their neighborhood and for the guests that spend time with them through one reason or another. I did bring a prop for this one. I'm nearly done. One more thing, but I was out on Saturday night at the library where there was a book launch for the West Kootenay Hiking Guide, which if you are a hiker, man, you need this. This is beautiful. We used to have one. It's out of print. It was older, but Abby Wilson is an artist here in our community. I think we still have one of her pieces of art in the hallway. And she combined that with her background of technical writing to create a guidebook that will inspire me to get back out hiking, because it's so easy to see what the elevations, the level of exertion that you need to do, but definitely take a look. She's self-published, and just the journey of that, if you've ever wanted to write a book and get it out there, you need to talk to Abby. This morning was my sort of final event. I was at my street corner, which doesn't sound great, but it was Hall Mines and Observatory, where I sat in my lawn chair for 2 hours from 7 till 9, and I counted all of the vehicles that went through that intersection as part of a nationwide pedal poll that Nelson has participated in. I believe this is our 4th year. I think I've counted for at least 4 years. That intersection is just like a choreographed dance. There were over 1,200 single occupancy vehicles, and most of them were single occupants. There were, I did write down the numbers, but I won't go to it. There were about 35 what they called oversized vehicles. So the city buses, the school buses, the, TELUS thing, the, you know what I mean? And then we also counted pedestrians and cyclists, which is sort of why we were there. There were over 1,200 vehicles, and when you add on the other ones, by the time you think of all the people moving through that intersection in a 2-hour period in the morning, it was about 1,400. I was just awed and amazed with the, I would just like to take this moment to recommend that more people use their directional. That would be really, really useful. It's one thing when you're turning right into the slip lane when you're coming off Hall Mines onto Observatory, because as a pedestrian, I just never know. Are you coming at me? Are you going past me? Give me a clue. But when you're turning left off of Observatory onto Hall Mines, I really think you want those people across from you to know. So it was a great experience. I would definitely do again, recommend it. I think they still are looking for people to sign up for Sunday. They count 2 days, or it might be Saturday or Sunday, but they count 2 days. They count a weekday and they count a weekend day. And it gives them a really great picture of how we're doing as far as increasing our numbers. So that's it. That's our little town. It's go to work by bike, go to work by bike week, get a bingo card, you can win prizes. There's a big ride on Saturday night. And it's also Mental Health Awareness Month. It's a lot, but we're lucky to have these opportunities, so hopefully there's something.
Women's Accessibility Awareness Week.
Mental Health Awareness Week, sorry, did I say that too fast?
No, I think
It's-
accessibility is next week.
Oh, okay, I don't know that, I don't have that one. Do you have that one, Councillor Tate?
Not off the top of my head, but I
Okay.
think it's next week.
This is Mental Health Awareness Week. I follow the Canadian Mental Health Association on Instagram, and they've been putting out some really, really useful and, I don't know, compassionate's not the word, but really helping people understand that you're not alone in this. And so I've been able to, forward those on to people that I thought it might be useful for, because I think I have those days. I won't postulate as to what other people have those days, but I have those days where I need a friend and I need a little mental health assistance. So it's really great to know they're there. Thank you.
Okay, Councillor, did we get him?
Yep.
Councillor Panero, I'm just gonna ask if you have a committee report or anything that you'd like to share with us this evening.
No, I'm good, thanks.
Okay, Councillor Page, Councillor Tate.
I went to FCM, that was fabulous. Workshops, speeches, lots of useful leaders, lots of opportunities for connection, and a couple good little nuggets that we'll be able to discuss as the weeks go on, and one that came up in the GIS earlier today. Interesting nugget about communication, some ideas about where to go as a city and how to position ourselves. So lots of pretty cool ideas that kind of come together when you're in a group like that and you get an opportunity for generative conversations, which is interesting because a lot of this the actual information you could do online, you could do in a Zoom class, but those generative conversations are much, much more difficult in an online format and really can be fabulous in person. Went to question period, fabulously eye-opening for me, really enlightening for me. Popped over to the National Gallery, just incredible place in our nation's capital. So really want to thank the team that was there for those opportunities. We have Greater Nelson Economic Development tomorrow, and we have Rec Commission coming up. I think is it 10 days?
Next week after?
Is it next
17th.
17th. So lots on the plate right now. Thanks.
Welcome. Councillor Page, do you have anything you wanted to add at this time, or?
Well, I had a pretty fulsome one the last time, and then we all went to FCM, and so Kate just gave an update, and why don't you give your FCM update?
So, a few things that I've done, and so I just want to recognize that along with the many things that the month of June is also Pride Month, and while we don't fly our Pride flag here during the month of June, because in Nelson we celebrate in September, but there's lots of events that are going on across the country for the month of June. And in terms of Mental Health Awareness Week, I got this lovely pin when I was away that says, "It's okay to not be okay." And so I'm wearing it this evening because it's just that reminder that it's not all sunshine and roses out there every day of the every day of the week. I did attend question period as well, along with Councillors Page and Tate. Councillor Woodward went to another, went for a tour of the Parliament buildings when the House wasn't in session. Question period is, of course, always interesting in terms of the heckling and jousting that goes on, and I'm glad to report that we don't do that here at the council chambers in the city of Nelson, thankfully. It's very difficult to hear the debate when you're in the House because there's so much background noise while they heckle each other, so it'd be something that would be nice to see tidied up a little bit, I think, in terms of that. Lots of good networking opportunities. The weather wasn't great, so it wasn't like you just decided to skip out. It was all sessions, everybody at all the sessions, because it wasn't that nice of weather to be able to go and walk and see the Parliament buildings and such. So talking about, and of course, I always feel like I kind of feel like the shadow, or like we're two ships apart in the past in the night with Councillor Payne. The micro housing presentation, it was great. And the only thing I wanted to say about that is, for those, and here's a shout out for the Auction Art Gallery, is I bought a ticket to their fundraiser, and I think they're still perhaps selling tickets, they might still be available. First prize is a 3-night stay in the 3D house that they have in Proctor. So I've got my fingers crossed that I win the Oxygen Art Draw. So, you know, how those things work. The KCR block party was great. What a lovely opportunity on that Saturday after the fact that it had rained for like 3 days, and that could have been a rained out game, that one up there, but the weather came out and agreed with everybody. And Stepping Stones, well, although we couldn't go to the open house on Thursday, they were kind enough to arrange a open house and tour for myself and the CAO and corporate officer earlier in the week, so it was good to see what's going on there. And the other thing is that I just on display here, and I'm looking at the camera, and it's not that great the way the camera's set up here, but on my desk here, I was invited 2 weeks ago to the art show at Cornerstone Daycare, and last year I had them here into council chambers, and they were delightful, all those little young daycare students. And this time they asked me to come to their art show, and by donation you could buy a piece of art. And so this piece of art is, they call it the Coral, and it's made from recycled paper. And so I thought it was really beautiful, and so I wanted to make sure to keep it in my office. And I thought, I'm gonna have it on my desk because it really livens up the room. And it's, for those that can't really see it close up, it's a lovely pink with gold sparkles, and it truly does look like a piece of coral. So thank you again for Cornerstone for the invitation and the lovely artwork and the future artists that are definitely there. They're some really talented young people. So that's it on my end of things. So we will be moving on to requests, and the first one up is talking about art, is the Nelson District Arts Council Mural request. And I do believe that we have Sydney Black here to talk about that. And talking about artistic things, I was finally able to go to my first block production. I believe you've done 14. It's embarrassing to say that you've done 14 and I've never been in town for one. And finally was in town and loved it. And so kudos to you and your team for the wonderful production of SpongeBob SquarePants last week at the Capitol Theatre. And I now can't wait for next year's. So on that note.
Never anything at the end of May ever again.
Yes, on that note, over to you.
Absolutely. So the Nelson District Arts Council is entering our 8th year of the Nelson International Mural Festival this year, very exciting. And we have 5 murals that are going to be created this year, but we have 2 that will be on public walls. And so every year we bring the 2 pieces that are going to be on public walls to City Council for their approval. The pieces have already gone through a fairly rigorous approval process. So we've already had a curator, a jury of 5 arm's length community members as well who have looked at this and approved it, as well as the Cultural Development Committee for the City of Nelson has approved of both pieces. One of the pieces is going to be by an artist from Belgium whose name is Guge van Hee, and so he's going to do a piece on one of the remaining areas left on the good old parkade. I swear we'll get there. We'll get all of them done. And that's been in great collaboration with Dr. Matheson, whose new building is opening up there this summer. And so we're really excited to get to do work off of her parking lot. So we've collaborated with those building owners. And then our top overall regional artist, whose name is Axel Morrison, is coming to us from Revelstoke, and he'll be creating a piece on the outbuilding that's at the point in Lakeside Park down by the soccer fields, beside where the old exercise equipment used to be. So there's that one building that gets tagged all around it every year. And so we had a great conversation with Public Works, and they had asked us earlier this year if we'd be interested in working that. And so we found a great artist for that. And so you have both of those proposals in front of you. And if anyone has any questions, I'm super happy to answer them.
Any questions, councillors? So councillors, we have a recommendation in front of us. Would somebody like to move the resolution, please? Councillor Payne, second by Councillor Page. Councillor Payne.
Yeah, I was gonna say, if I have to read it, it's at the top.
Oh, okay, sorry, I'll do that. The council passes the
in
following
here.
resolution. You got it?
I think the council approves the use of the west-facing wall of the City of Nelson Parkade, located at 420 Vernon Street, for the mural designed by artist. I went Dutch on this, so I would call it Gijs van.
Well, that's what I asked him if that was his name, and he was like, "That's not my name."
That's
And
not
I
his
was like,
name.
"Oh no, I don't look cool again." So
Can you say it again, Sydney?
I think he said his name was Guge.
Oh,
Gijs,
Yeah,
Gijs van Hee.
Because I said Gijs and he was like, "No."
Okay.
And I was like, "All right." Well, we'll find out when he gets here at
We will.
the end of the month.
And that council approves the use of the 4 walls at the pump house located at 920 Simpson Road for the mural designed by Axel Morris.
Okay, that's been moved and seconded. All those in favor? And that carries. Okay. Thank you for that. Thank you.
Thank you so much for your time.
What's the next one?
Do we do 2? No, there's just 2. You just did both, didn't you?
Yeah, you just did both.
No.
Oh, that's not me.
That's not
Joy. Joy's up in the
she's
sky.
up there.
Joy was
She's
there.
up there
Okay.
on,
Shocking, it's not me.
Right.
she's up there. So, approval of allocation of donated sculptures. So, Dr. Ken Muth, the community member and patron of the arts who has previously donated sculptures to the City of Nelson, wishes to donate 2 additional sculptures to the city's permanent public art collection. Both pieces have been reviewed and approved by the city's Public Art Working Group, the Cultural Development Committee, and Public Works. Staff seek council's approval of the proposed locations to allow for an installation in June of 2025. And so Joy, you're there. And if you want to say a few words.
Well, I'm really just here to answer any questions people might have. I know there was a question about the spider and if there's future development in front of City Hall, whether it's movable. And yes, absolutely. All of the sculptures are movable if need be. You know, with the least sculptures, we move them in and out of place each year. So yes, it's movable.
Okay, Councillor Tate has a question, followed by Councillor Page.
Thanks, Joy. I was curious about a song to mothers with the strong interest in having the sculpture placed in Lakeside Park. The other comment about Lakeside Park having lots of pressures on the green space. I was curious if you had a spot, or if Dr. Muth had a spot in mind, and or if there are any alternative spots that we could consider.
He didn't have a specific spot in mind. I briefly talked this over with Public Works. I've suggested to them that we go down there and meet on site because we're pretty flexible. My first thought was when you're walking in the kind of rose garden gates, that it would be to your right. So there's all those beautiful flower beds. So it could either be like right in front of the flower beds, or we could even kind of put it in the flower bed as well. I mean, not so that people would have to walk in. But so that they could view it like from right in front of the flower beds. Yeah, Dr. Muth was keen to, I mean, initially he wanted to have the spider down at Lakeside Park as well by the children's playground, but the fear was that because it would be right by a children's playground, that children would want to play on it. So that's why we started looking for alternative locations. But yeah, because he is a Rotary member, he's keen to have something kind of in that general area. But it would ultimately kind of be specifically up to Public Works what would work for them.
So Public Works can choose any location in any public space?
Well, no, the Song for Mothers would be like Lakeside Park. So I've talked to them about putting it down there. So it would be there, but in terms of like absolute specifics of where would work in Lakeside Park, that would be really kind of me working with them to see what would work where it doesn't impede foot traffic or mowing, etc.
So I think if council would like us to look at other locations, then I think that comes from council. So the donor and our cultural development officer believe Lakeside's the right spot for it, so our Public Works would work with them to try to find the appropriate location there. But if council wants to open that up broader, then I think you send it back to Joy and our staff to identify other locations.
Sure, I might just ask if the donor would be amenable to an idea closer to the pier where we're developing a new public space. Just curious.
The other option that I think Chris Johnson identified is, there's that, the Chinese influence on Hall Street at, that was the original Chinatown, I guess, for lack of a better word there. Is that, I don't know if this piece is appropriate for there. We painted that railing red to, to represent that history, etc. So that might be a location that could be potential. I don't know what the thought on that.
Yeah, I do get feedback that the Lakeside Park, especially between the highly used beach and the highly used playground, is really well used. And so any kind of additional ornaments in that space, even the music in the basketball court, starts to encroach on just kind of that existing space, which is totally fine because those spaces are being used as well. But if he would be open to it, and it would be nice to consider just expanding our super amazing art objects to other spaces as well.
Yeah, and if I could just speak to that, I mean, I can go back and ask him, but again, like he was keen to kind of put both down at Lakeside because there's the Rotary connection. So that was kind of really why he wanted both to go down to Lakeside. So when I talked to him about putting the Giga Spider somewhere else, we had a few back and forths about that, but ultimately he said he would be, fine with another location for that. I doubt he's going to be super happy with not putting any in Lakeside Park, but we could go back. That would kind of delay everything by probably a month in terms of putting it in, because it would have to go back to the CDC, it would have to go back to Public Works, etc.
I'm open to the thoughts of the table.
There's a connection with Rotary up at Art Gibbons. The Giga Spider might be cool in the forest there.
Yeah, so I just while we're talking about Rotary, so Dr. Muth is a longtime Rotarian of the afternoon of the first daybreak of the first Rotary Club, and the majority of the work that our Rotary Club has done has been in Lakeside Park, the pier, the boat launch pier, not the other pier, the boat launch pier, the point, the playground, So over the years, a lot of our community work has been the focus, and that's why it's called Rotary Lakeside Park. And it's the Daybreak Club that is in the kind of or helping in the park in Rosemont. So I think that I can understand why he wants it in Lakeside Park. I mean, Ken is very approachable, and you know, if he hears the concerns that have been raised, but I think that it wouldn't be always a Rotarian, put it in that other park. So.
And just a quick note on that too, like there has been like a lot of discussion with this, with first the Public Art Working Group and then the CDC. So there has been like a process.
Councillor Payne. Oh, sorry, what did you have more comment?
Well, she just asked me to chime in on her comment, so I have my comment.
Okay, sorry, I thought that was your, okay, go right ahead.
No, I understand. So I hope Dr. Booth doesn't take this in the wrong way in any way, shape or form, but this makes me think of our process. I know Joy Castlegar acquires through some methodology sculptures over time and uses them to a point throughout their various public spaces, and really noticeable at the airport. And I was wondering a little bit more about that process, about who drives the selection of the sculptures, and then of course this discussion about, you know, preference around choices. Like I would like to get a little bit of an understanding of how we kind of weighed the balance of the desire to donate and be a patron versus, you know, our need to select from the broader scope of styles and motifs and interests that might be amenable to the population, and where that kind of where we're drawing those lines. Joy, could you fill that in a little bit for me?
Sure. So say in terms of the annual leases that Nelson leased from Castlegar, that is a process through the Public Art Working Group and the CDC. So that is a choice. In terms of somebody purchasing a piece and donating it to the city, I mean, there's not a lot of choice of what piece that would be, because it's really what the donor is able to purchase and wants to donate. He's donated a couple ones to us before, the one of the bronze figure pointing, and also there's a little bronze fox in there, so he's had a couple of donations. So, but in terms of location, again, it's a conversation between city council, city staff, etc. Am I answering your question properly? I'm not entirely sure that I am.
If I may, there's gonna be like 2 supplementals, but this, just because this is here at the table, I'm interested in formalizing a more official program under a cultural and development committee to look at acquiring some of those sculptures in a more agnostic way over time, as opposed to curated by a specific individual. And this is no comment to Dr. Muth's generosity in this particular case, but I've always really appreciated Castlegar's picking up a sculpture or two and using them long-term permanently throughout the city, and I think that's something worth replicating here in our city. On this just a comment, and if it takes root and goes somewhere, that's great if other people agree at the cultural art side of things. This one, the plexiglass wooden structure, is there anything else we can do just to move away from maybe the plastic? I'm thinking how it's gonna wear, how it's gonna look in the sun over a couple of years, and just trying to I love the woodwork, it looks really gorgeous, and I'm just wondering how we really frame that sculpture in a way that's gonna last and keep looking really classy over time, especially if we put it right in the middle of one of our flower gardens or something. Anything more we could do there? I'm okay with most locations people want to put it.
Yeah, and I mean, Zen is the one, so originally it didn't come with this structure, and Dr. Muth actually paid for the structure too, so that was, he said, I'm happy to pay for that, etc. But I see your point, about the plexi, and I could go back to Zen and just say, look, could you do a wooden top instead of the plexi? Because plexi does wear. absolutely. Like it can kind of get scratched up. Again, he was looking to kind of shield it from the weather, but the same could be done with wood. I don't see why not.
Stuff might accumulate on top of it and you're gonna see it, it won't be easy to clear off. Birds will sit on it, that kind of stuff. So that was the only thing that stood out to me is maybe need a little bit more consideration. Otherwise, the pieces are both beautiful. I think that red spider out in front of City Hall will be really cute. And I think the other one will be great inside a flower garden or anywhere hidden in a forest to be discovered along a walking path. Stuff like that's always neat.
Sorry, if I may. I think something, and Joy, please sort of fill in here, we had some discussions about the Giga Spider and the general size, and this is just to talk to the comment about placement. We have been pursuing grant funding to install as options, possibly a playground out front of City Hall, right? So, in thinking of that, we had said, okay, well, we can put this there for now, but I think generally, like, one of the challenges that will be there for us as city staff is these sculptures have been donated to the city and now we own them in perpetuity. And so what happens with that? And if we need to actually use that space for something, maybe it's a playground, maybe we develop something there, where do these items get moved? So, I appreciate your thoughts about Art Gibbons with the Giga Spider for another location that it might work, right? And I just, again, absolutely appreciating the generosity of the donor. This is something that council will really have to start considering because these do become an asset of the cities that needs to be maintained. And, if it gets, vandalized or tagged or anything like that, this is extra work that we have to figure out. And as well with the placement, it'll go, if it goes out front of City Hall to start, then so be it. But if we need to change it, move it, I guess, Joy, what would be the process for finding a new location? These are some of the things operationally that we consider that, not trying to take away from the generosity of the donation itself, but certainly a real, consideration that we have to think of. Sorry.
Yeah, and I mean, it's, we would just go back again to the public art, like the process in terms of placing public art that we have is public art working group, and then CDC, and then staff and council. So it would basically just be going through that process again, saying, okay, the time has come where this has to be moved. Let's go back to the drawing board and see where another location could go. So that's totally possible. And in terms of maintenance with any of our sculptures and public art, we do have a public art reserve fund, which is a % of the development fees that go to the city. So every year I have a kind of spreadsheet of what sculptures need to be maintained. So we do have a budget for that. And at some point too, if a sculpture is donated to the city, you can decommission it too, right? You might be like, this has become too worn. We don't want it here anymore. And that's a possibility for sure.
I'm just gonna go to Councillor Payne before I come back to you, Councillor Page, she's been waiting.
Oh, I actually got quite a lovely visual when I thought of it sort of in the
So yeah, I see it in the flowers
when I
too.
see it in the flower bed, and I do understand about the plexiglass. I had a different aspect of that from different parks that I have been in with similar type of sculptures. I'm assuming the box and the covering is protected. I was trying to find out what it's made of, Joy, to see what level of protection is needed like that, or if it's the snow and winter that would deteriorate it. Is there a cost to us moving it, in and out of the garden with the garden time of the year? But no, I thought that was a lovely spot. The spider, I read a little bit about the piece of artwork. It's sort of interesting because it's playing on our fear of spiders. I don't think I have a fear of spider, but I looked at that and I went, whoa, okay. But I sort of like that because it is provocative, and I don't think this space out in front of City Hall would be its home forever, because I think we envision other things for that piece of property. So I'm sort of fine with the recommendations from the group that, has brought this forward for us.
Councillor Page.
too quickly. I like what we have going with the Mural Festival, where they're kind of set to have a 10-year lifespan, or we're expecting a 10-year lifespan before we come back and revisit. And I'm just thinking style and how things kind of shift over time. So if we're thinking about how we decommission or reevaluate, having some sort of general window that's understood with the donor, with the benefactor, that, you know, we're committed for a decade in some way, but after that, you know, we may sell it off at an auction or give it away at a gala as something to benefit the community, just so we can keep space and let new things rotate in. And I'm just gonna put a small little pitch for the Gigaspider on top of the Touchstones gallery across from the hill. So the way it's cute, it'll.
Oh yeah, light it up too, eh? That would be pretty cool at Halloween.
Solar laserized, right?
Just
Shining down on
small
you.
little pitch.
It's gonna look great outside the front of the building.
Need engineering.
Councillor Pinero, any thoughts on art tonight? Are you okay with
No, I'm happy with the recommendations, and I'm sure they're doing a good job.
Just one point, Joy, maybe one of the things that we need to work together on is identifying potential locations and size, because we probably can't do too many gigaspiders, and if someone goes out and purchases something, I think we should give them, like, we can accommodate whatever, 10 more pieces in these locations of this size, and that just helps the donor know that, yeah, buying something large probably is not gonna work in Nelson or whatever, so.
Yeah, absolutely, absolutely. And we can turn down donations too, right? That could be like, no, that's not gonna work anywhere, or it's not appropriate, or.
Yeah.
And we do have a donation form, so there is a donation form that kind of lays out the terms and conditions too, as well.
Yeah, maybe just doing some work up front. You know, it's hard when someone goes out and does something and then now you say, oh, we don't want it. It's, not a great message, so I think giving some direction up front of what could work might be better.
Sure, totally.
Okay, I don't see anybody else with their hand up. So we have a recommendation in front of us. Is there a mover?
Move.
By Councillor Tate, seconded by Councillor Payne. Councillor Tate.
Oh, you said Tate. That council accept the donation and approve the installation of A Song to Mothers by Zen Wang in Lakeside Park near the Flower Gardens. And that council accept the donation and approve the installation of Gigaspider by Ron Simmer in the green space in front of City Hall.
Okay, that's been moved and seconded. Any last questions, councillors? Okay, all those in favor? Opposed? Okay, and that carries. Thank you, council.
Great, thank you, everybody.
Thank you, thanks, Troy. No delegations, so moving on to item number 12, bylaws. So we are, on behalf of Nelson Care Society, McCullough Development Services, has submitted a development application for 818 to 824 Front Street and a portion of 305 Hall Street, which includes an amendment to the official community plan, bylaw, and zoning bylaw. Council is requested to pass first and second readings of official community plan amendment bylaw number 3634 2025 and zoning amendment bylaw number 3635 2025 and direct staff to schedule a public hearing. So we have staff here. This was a big document package to review. And I'm going to just turn it over to staff to lead us through some discussion.
Thank you. So as the mayor had mentioned, Development Services has received an application for 818 to 824 Front Street, as well as a portion of 305 Hall. So in this presentation, I'll provide an application overview, timeline of events, a summary of the analysis that staff have completed, as well as ending on the recommendations. So the application is to help facilitate the construction of a 50-unit multi-unit residential building and a potential expansion to the NDCC. So the application has two components, an OCP amendment to change the land use designation from institutional to mixed use core, and a zoning bylaw amendment to rezone the property from I1 institutional to a new zone, CD10 zone. So this map provides an overview of the subject property. So the area in red is the subject property that we're talking about tonight. The yellow box is the City of Nelson owned properties on the east, and then the orange box is the RDCK owned portion of the site. And if we've forgotten what Front Street and Cedar Street looks like, here's some pictures showing you what the property generally looks like for the most part. I think the only thing that's maybe added, has been added since, is the development application signs. So as I had mentioned previously, this application is to facilitate the construction of 50 multi-unit residential units and a potential expansion to the NDCC. So the two concept drawings that you see on the left-hand side illustrate what could potentially be built under the proposed zoning. So concept one is mixed-use development with the expansion to the NDCC on the second floor, connecting to the current weight room portion of the NDCC. And then you have the housing units above, beside, and below the NDCC space. Concept two shows a standalone residential development concept. So depending on the outcome of the decision from the RDCK, you could also build a standalone residential development, and then the space between the current NDCC weight room and the standalone residential building could be filled in with recreation space. So just to provide you a timeline of events up until today. So the application was received back in December. Since that time, staff have been reviewing the application, working with Macola Development Services, as well as staff from other departments and external agencies to bring forward all of the information that's in the report that's before you today. At the beginning of January, notices were sent out for the public information session, which was held on January 27th. There was, I believe, over 100 people that attended that event, and I'll talk a little bit more in detail on that point later in the presentation. Back in March, this application was presented to the Advisory Planning Commission, and they did provide a recommendation to Council to approve the application. Which brings us tonight to tonight. So Council is being asked to consider first and second reading of the proposed bylaws, as well as direct staff to schedule the public hearing. So if first and second reading are passed tonight, that would then move us into the statutory notice period. So tomorrow morning we would place an ad in the paper, send notices to the neighboring property owners and tenants, notifying them of the proposed public hearing date, which would be June 17th. And as well, since this presentation was created, we have just found out that BC Housing just launched their Community Housing Fund request for proposals on Friday, and the first intake deadline would be July 31st. So on to the summary of analysis. So the genesis behind this particular project came from Greater Nelson Economic Development. About a year ago, they approached the city regarding the shortage of rental housing and its economic impact on the community. GNED requested that the city collaborate with local nonprofit housing providers on applications to the CHF program, which provides capital funding for new affordable housing projects. So on to a little bit of the history around recreation campus planning for the NDCC. So as I'm sure council is aware, back in 2014, the Nelson and District Recreation Commission, along with the RDCK, approved the Nelson and District Parks and Recreation Master Plan, which currently guides decision-making for the NDCC campus. Within that plan, it explored various different options for recreation facilities and potential expansion of existing facilities. And in that plan, it did identify the subject site as the sort of the one and only way to expand recreation facilities in Nelson, unless we redevelop the existing properties and start to build up rather than out. Within the master plan, it doesn't arrive at a specific direction for the campus or for this particular property, but as I mentioned, it does provide an understanding that the subject site is the only possible location for future expansion of recreation space. And as I'm sure council is aware, again, in 2024, the RDCK and the city worked together to launch a public engagement process to gather community input and update the current Parks and Recreation Master Plan. As well, I would note that even though this is an RDCK document, the Recreation Campus Plan, ultimately the City of Nelson remains the land use authority. So the Recreation Campus Plan, as nice as it is, it doesn't affect council's ability to make decisions around what the zoning is on the properties. So on to the official community plan and objectives and policies. And I won't go through in each of these in detail, but for the most part, with the exception of the land use designation, which is currently institutional, there's many objectives and policies within the OCP that support this type of development in this particular location, with particular emphasis on bringing new mixed-use development and housing development to the downtown core where there's already services. So on to the housing needs assessment. This project would go a long ways towards helping the city meet its housing needs goals identified in the needs assessment. So right now, it's estimated that there would be roughly 50 units within this development, of which 15 would be market rental units, 25 would be affordable or below market rental, and 10 would be deeply affordable. So again, if this project was approved, that would contribute roughly 6% of the needed market units, 18% of the affordable or below market, and roughly 18% of the deeply affordable units. As well, within the needs assessment, it does talk about the size of units, and typically with a CHF application, BC Housing requires that the nonprofits rely on the local municipalities' needs assessment when it comes to unit sizes. So in the needs assessment, it states that the greatest need is for 1-bedroom units, followed by 2-bedroom units. So as you can see, the unit counts roughly align with that, with most of the units being either studio 1-bedrooms and then followed by 2 and 3 bedrooms. So on to the zoning bylaw. So when it comes to the zoning bylaw request, they've requested a comprehensive development zone, which is a type of zoning that allows for custom land use regulations. And they're typically used for unique situations or developments that couldn't be reasonably have been anticipated when the zoning bylaw was written back in 2013. So in this particular case, the unique situation is that if recreation space is included in the building, the desire is to have that on the second floor so it can connect seamlessly with the existing weight room in the NDCC. If we were to use a standard zone like a C1 or a C2 zone, the recreation space would have to be on the main floor, which would make it very difficult to connect from the main floor all the way up roughly 2 stories, 2.5 stories up to the existing weight room. And then staff have reviewed the CD zone and have found that it's consistent with the intent of the OCP, so there's no concerns around that.
Just a quick clarification from your planning knowledge through the chair. So at grade is an interesting concept to me because the existing weight room is at grade from the back. So does at grade mean like facing front, like where the address is? Is that what that means?
Yeah, well, you can almost use the term at grade or the first floor interchangeably. All of our mixed-use zones right now anticipate the non-residential space being on the main floor.
Right.
There's nothing in the zoning bylaw that anticipates housing being below non-residential space. So that's why we've kind of recommended going the route of a CD zone, because it's just one of those unique situations. You know, we try and do our best when we create things like our zoning bylaw, but I think back in 2013 there was no way of anticipating this sort of unique situation.
And Ken, I think that's the fact that this is a different building on a different lot. Like if the,
Different address, yeah.
right, if the NDCC expanded the recreation space of that building onto this lot, I think that would likely be allowed, right?
That would be, so speaking to that at grade question, that's really just for the scenario where the RDCK is involved in this project. So it's just to help facilitate that. Because if we didn't have that in the CD zone, we'd have to come back for a second rezoning to help facilitate that.
Thanks.
Public engagement, so just talk at a very high level about this. So there's the
Ken, just before we leave the zoning, have you covered the fact that, you know, we're creating more flexibility on the RDCK lot to build standalone recreation in the future if that's their choice?
Yeah, that's a good point. So in the draft CD zone, it does have 0 meter setbacks. So if the RDCK was to go alone and build a separate recreation space, they could build directly to the property lines rather than having to come back to council for a variance or something like that.
And like underneath the existing building onto that 305 Hall Street. That's why there's the portion.
Yeah.
Because it's kind of got like a little overhang.
Yeah, because we don't know exactly what the project is gonna look like. We wanted to create something that was flexible, so we're not continually coming back to council for variances and that sort of thing, yeah.
Did it right the first time.
Yeah, thanks.
So I think in this CD zone, all those lots have that flexibility of recreation and housing. So we're really adding housing to the institutional use of the RDCK lot now. Well, I guess they're all institutional. So we're adding housing and recreation fits already. So we're just adding that housing to all those lots to create that complete flexibility and to maximize the use of that lot either within a mixed use project or as two standalone projects. So that, if you noticed, and if you flip back to that rendering, if you notice in that, you know, in option whatever one, that concept one, that dotted line represents property lines. So even in that combined mixed use building, the recreation space was always going only to be on the RDCK lot. It was not on city lots. So they could build that same, even under that concept, they could build that same 5,000 plus square feet as a standalone project in the future. What you're losing by standalone is some additional housing units.
And cost.
Well, we talked to Macola about that. They don't see a ton of synergies. It's a more complicated building when you're trying to combine housing with another use. So, they felt there was probably not at least a large cost saving. You know, there's some, you know, building one building, you have the same builder and all those sorts of things. But anytime you're trying to combine different uses in a building, they start to get more expensive.
Sure.
So public engagement, so I won't talk too much about this because there is the full what we heard report in your report package, and as well at the public hearing, Cola will be there to answer questions. But just to give you a high level overview, so as I had mentioned previously, there's over 100 people that had attended the event. 74 of them provided feedback forms. And of those 74, 45 support the project, 12 opposed the project, 9 were concerned but acknowledged the need for affordable housing, and then 8 people who just made general neutral comments. Staff have received the feedback, and we have reviewed the What We Heard report, and we do believe that it accurately represents the points of view by members of the public that were at the public info session. As well as I'd mentioned, the Advisory Planning Commission has reviewed the application and they recommend approval. And we are requesting a public hearing because there's an OCP amendment associated with this application.
So just before you go on, just for clarity, when you refer to the public engagement meeting, because all of these things take such a long time and people listen or tune in later or go back to these minutes, that was the meeting that was held at Lakeside.
That's correct,
in January.
The Prestige.
At the Prestige.
Yeah.
Okay, thank you.
And then actually just as a point of clarification, because I think there were some questions during the Bell Street rezoning as well, is that just around the statutory notice period. So we've been receiving comments about this application since before we had an application. So from staff's point of view, we recognize that there's a lot of comments and there's a lot of information out in the community. But from our perspective, when it comes to the public hearing, we have to provide you what's given to us by the public, which is during the statutory notice period, which would start tomorrow and run until the day before the council meeting. So I know previously there's been some comments about, well, my comment wasn't received or something like that. We have to be very clear with the public that it's really, technically speaking, we can only provide council with comments during that period. Otherwise, it could become quite unmanageable. I don't even know how many emails we've all collectively received since October, so. On to the other considerations, and I think before I get into this, I just wanted to sort of recognize that we did provide council with a lot of information, and I don't want to say that Fell Street created a precedence, but we wanted to treat each of these applications very much the same. So we did provide the full ESA and the full transportation assessment, and our intention with the council report is to summarize that for you. You know, by all means, if you want to go through all of the documents individually, you can, but our intention here is to provide you with a brief summary of what those reports are saying. So with the environmental site assessment, no issues were identified. With the traffic, and I always get tongue twisted because I'm used to calling these TIAs for many years, but transportation assessment and management study. So in that study, they did recognize the existing condition at that intersection, which is, it's difficult to make left turns from Cedar onto Front Street, particularly during the rush hour. But they didn't say that, they did say that this project would not contribute to that. In fact, it wouldn't make any sort of measurable distance. They just simply, instead of simply saying that this project wouldn't create any problems, they wanted to take it a step further and go, we do recognize that there's an issue. However, that issue is with the Ministry of they just changed the name, MOTT, Ministry of Transportation and Transit. So as part of the referral process, we did send this application to them, and they were pretty steadfast. They didn't want to make any changes to that intersection, and they didn't have any concerns with this particular project.
Councillor Page has a question.
On the signal side of it, so when I see this, I'm anticipating, lights for the cars on all 4 sides. But one of the things I've often observed there is the pedestrians backing up, waiting for traffic, people just stopped at lights, they don't seem very readily willing to stop at the next part. Is this something we can require or push for, that at the very minimum that crosswalk be pedestrian activated?
So, yeah, so we did have that, and it's sort of, I think it's perhaps something that we'd have to take to the ministry separate from this particular application, simply because we've had many conversations with the ministry, and they were very clear they do not want to impede the traffic flow, particularly during the peak times. So they said the only changes that they're going to be making are the addition of those overhead lights that are now there. I think they were installed maybe 2 months ago.
Yeah,
3
and that
months
was,
ago.
yeah, just to follow up on that, so I speak regularly with MOTITT, and because I get numbers of letters about crosswalks and intersections in the city, and so they're always on my list, and that to me has always been as a person that drives everywhere, I find that a challenging intersection as a driver, because you couldn't see very well, so some obstructions have actually been removed from the corner that maybe a lot of you would have never noticed, that always looked to me like there was always a person standing there that looked like they wanted to cross the street, which has been removed, and that they did put in the bigger overhanging signs so that when you're coming down the hill from east to west, that that becomes part of your vision, because it's now at that height, and then you come down so that you know that there's a crosswalk there. But they are, as planner is saying, that they are adamant to not stop flow, as they are in any community that has a highway that runs through it, to stop their highway flow as little as possible while people are going through the city. They consider that a highway, and yeah, I've talked to them many times about the activated signal light there, and we did get some improvements with the overhanging crosswalk. And I think the other thing would be is that we're gonna have to really maintain the painting of that crosswalk on the road, because there has been times when it's been sort of non-existent.
And to Councillor Page's question, in theory you could, but ultimately the ministry would have to approve it, and they said they wouldn't.
Okay.
So.
Oh, the thing is that just stays on the list, like I asked him about that intersection every time I talked to him, even though he's got it changed now, currently.
Yeah, okay.
Yeah.
And just remind me, because I'm just not seeing the corner there in my mind's eye, even though you provide a picture, is there a bulb out? Is there a bit of a bulb out there?
No.
And they would not, I'm assuming you brought it up.
We did, yeah, we brought it up and they said, you know.
Yeah, and I don't think there's space there unless we, rejig things, it's pretty tight in that area.
MOTT's priority is to keep traffic
Moving, yeah.
Like that's their sole priority. If there's a bunch of incidents there, then they pay more attention to it. Thankfully, there hasn't been.
Okay.
That's what moves the
Needle.
action, yeah.
Okay, those are, fair enough, those are my questions at that section.
Councillor Tate?
So does that mean that because MOTT ultimately makes the determination on what that intersection looks like? So right now they say, no, we're good, it's fine, no further changes required. If in 1 year they say, oh, actually that's really problematic, we're gonna close that intersection, and if you wanna access anything on, my brain hurts, is that Hall? Cedar? You have to go from the top. Be kind of like the Colas, right? It was, you have to go that way to get the Colas property, you can't go this way. Is that, they have the authority to do that?
I don't think they can close our intersections.
No, their
They can't close the intersection.
No, their just jurisdiction is basically the intersection, so the crosswalks, that's kind of where their jurisdiction ends. It's generally, I think it's 4.5 meters from the intersection, so it's really not that much.
4.5 meters from the edge of their property.
Yeah.
So they have jurisdiction of that area, but not beyond, as far as I know. Like for snow removal, basically. For snow removal as well as setbacks from buildings.
And we did work with them a number of years ago to create that turn lane, so we, they maximize that road width to create that turning lane up Cedar. So that impacts it as well, right?
Coming from the bridge.
Yeah, I'm with you.
East to west.
There's turn lanes in both directions.
Yeah.
So we're both, yeah.
There
Right.
wasn't before.
Yeah, true enough.
Okay, and just a couple more slides. So, a summary of the referral comments. So we've sent out the standard referrals to engineering, public works, fire, hydro, as well as Fortis, BC Transit, School Board, Interior Health, and the Ministry. And then no concerns were raised other than the standard engineering requirements as part of development. So they'd have to replace or upgrade the sidewalk, replace the water, sewer, and storm lines. And then there is the issue of the intersection, but we've kind of already covered that, so I'll get into that too much more. And I'll just end on the recommendations that are before council. So it's pretty straightforward. We're requesting first and second reading of the OCP amendment and the zoning amendment. And then we're also looking for that resolution around the external referrals, because there's an OCP component to this. And then the final one, which should read item 5, not 1, that staff be directed to schedule a public hearing.
So just for clarity, because this came up with Fell Street, is there any variances that are gonna be required by the project versus the zoning that we?
No variance, so that's been incorporated into the CD zone.
So again, council's potential approving OCP and zoning, that would allow them to build the project they're contemplating either in concept 1 or 2.
Exactly, yeah.
Can we break up the resolutions? Are they called individual, the 1 to 5?
Last time we passed these one at a time.
Yeah, okay. Sure, cause I have a question, well, I have a comment first. I have a comment about the traffic study on page 186. So I did not read every single page of this. Some of it we had pre-read in the other as it came through. But I found this interesting because I don't know who Bunt and Associates are, but this is just this like bird's eye view of afraid to say it out loud, 5-minute walk and a 10-minute walk, let's say 400 meters. And so it's interesting that the consultant just uses this standard measuring tool, but I think we all know you cannot walk from that site to Latimer and Cedar in 10 minutes, right? So it doesn't, and you obviously can't walk across the river either in 10 minutes. So it's kind of interesting that we have to use some of these like standard measurements, but it doesn't always like lean into the local context. So just an observation for my fellow councillors that when we read these consultant papers, that sometimes they are using standards that might not really align with our context. I thought it was quite interesting. Did you see that one? That one page.
Yeah, that's what I'm looking at.
Yeah.
I'll move 1.
Okay, for any last question, then we'll have questions as we move through the motions, but anything, Councillor Panero, I keep forgetting to look up there, I keep looking down at my phone in case you send me a I need to talk message, but you're good for now? We'll go start the.
No, I'm fine. I'll talk if I need to talk.
Okay, perfect.
I do have a question, like just for maybe for a parliamentarian. If you pass reading 1 and 2, does that automatically catalyze the public hearing? Or can we not do 5? We cannot do 5, okay.
Or
You can do 5, but
Or you
you choose
can.
not to.
You could choose to not do 5, yes.
And or you could actually do 5 but add a date.
Do 5 but add a date. You can like amend it, okay. So I just wanted to talk to the table about that because this has not come to Rec Commission yet and therefore it has not yet gone to the RDCK. So I am interested, also our presentation that we received from the proponent on May 6th has also not yet gone to the Rec Commission and thusly not yet gone to the RDCK. So even though in this, it's ringing, apologies, it's my children, to voicemail. Even though both represent, or both concepts are presented, I would be very concerned about moving forward to a public hearing if we don't yet know which of those possibilities are possible. I do totally understand the idea of just updating the OCP and zoning to create more possibilities and potentialities on land that really could be appropriate for those possibilities and potentialities. But I don't want to kick the can before we have a little bit better of idea of what we're actually asking the public to comment on at a public hearing.
So
Does that make sense?
are you asking for that public hearing to be a bit later so that the RDCK can meet on the 17th and we know whether they're
Yes.
supporting a mixed-use building or not? Is that,
Yeah, I think that's what I'm looking for. That
they're both scheduled on the same date right now.
exactly. And the Rec Commission is the 17th, and I don't know when the board meeting is after that. So there would be some kind of timeline adjustment there.
I think my understanding of, and you guys can correct me if I'm wrong, is if the Rec Commission meets and chooses not to participate in a mixed-use building, then I don't think anything's going to the board,
That's a good point.
because they're not doing.
There's no recommendation. Oh, I gotcha. Okay, go ahead.
Well, I'm not too sure that it's that clear cut.
I'm not sure either.
What would go to the board if they have a piece of land,
Well-
they didn't make it available
But it's,
unless.
so this is, okay, this is the problem when we're dealing with the RDCK, which works on a whole different set of circumstances, is that recreation doesn't get to determine really yes or no. That the determination of the land becoming available, because the land belongs to the regional district, is a board table discussion. We kind of work, the Rec Commission works kind of like an advisory thing. We don't get to make the decision, but we can advise. And I still believe that what the advice might be, or the recommendation might be to go back, is it's a no-go. That still has to, I believe, go to the board to be accepted, because the board could decide that, here's a flyer, the board could decide that they think because the regional district and rural areas cannot contribute in any other manners because of all of the building things with them not being on septics and this, that, and the other, that they see value in the RDCK actually giving that piece of land to be used for housing as an olive branch or goodwill in terms of contributing to developing affordable housing in the city of Nelson. I don't know, that's a crazy flyer, but
Yeah, I think the proponent has to go to the board, and the board can also take into consideration the recommendation from the Rec Commission. That, to me, that sounds the more likely thing, but.
So has this gone to the board?
go ahead.
Well, they'd be waiting for rec, but I was thinking along the lines that we would have the conversation around what people want to be seen happen from the long-term campus review. Whether that's investment in more property or setting up a capital recreation service that will capture some of that monies to be distributed along the campus and all its various asset liabilities, all things to be considered in the context of what are the steps we do after the long-term campus review. And if anything, either there would be a recommendation from the commission to the board that either A, we really one way or another think we need that land for future expansionary needs, which is a very possibility, or B, we believe no further action should be taken, or C, as has just been postulated, we actually don't think that we have a need for that space whatsoever, or that it's appropriate
to solve broader wellness issues by addressing housing issues, and put that as a recommendation to the board to be considered, and it would be considered that same week on Thursday. So whatever we discuss on Tuesday and decide on Tuesday at Rec 5 will be validated by the board by the end of that week,
And
or not, like.
process wise, does the proponent bring the presentation to the RDCK or only to the rec commission?
Well, I think they've been directed to take it to the rec commission.
Yeah.
And relying on the
You've
rec
had the
commission.
discussion.
We had the discussion, we
Has
had,
to be
that was
reported back
in
full
open,
commission.
and then there was a closed portion of that meeting, but it was an open, and
Okay.
we had the Area E and Area F directors here and staff and the
Yes.
CAO.
I guess they could appeal to the board saying the rec commission made the wrong decision. I'm not sure if that's part of the RDCK process, or, you know, we have 3 people on that rec commission, so clearly council, our directors could approve it and take it to the board to see what they did with it. But I guess, you know, I think timing wise, what I'm hearing is you would like to see that process come out so there's clarity when we go to public hearing, what likely is going to get, you know, would be clear if the RDCK says no, we don't wanna, you know, participate in this project, so when you're at public hearing, then they know we're talking about concept 2, with the ability for the RDCK to expand on their lot in the future, under this zoning that we're proposing in the OCP amendments, I guess.
Yeah, so I think it's really important that when you go to public hearing that there is an actual proposal on the table, not just a, it could be this or it could be that. I know that as a council, we can talk about changing the zone on particular lots and changing the OCP on particular lots, not attached to a particular proposal, just only for the mere fact of being like, in the future, let's expand the possibilities for this.
Yeah.
And I think I would be in favor of that. My concern is that it's attached to this at this time, which is not yet determined what it's attached to. And so I wanna make sure that we are clear on what steps are happening here and clear on what the next steps will be needed to get back to the proponent for this and also to get back to the public for what the public hearing will be.
So you also have, if you recall, we had a discussion about procedural opportunities,
Yes.
is that you could refer all of this to another meeting that would come after we have recreation and the RDCK board meeting, in which you would have
Can I just
more.
ask what date we were even thinking for the public hearing?
It says June 17th.
June 17th, okay.
So our recommendation
That's a
is,
no.
Which is, I'm struggling because I asked for this public meeting, if that was what it was gonna be, not to be on that day, not because of recreation things, that's actually a meeting of the cow, and this will be a long public meeting, and I don't think that we can do, a cow and a public meeting on the same day, so I wanted a different day, or we're gonna not have the cow and we'll have it on that date, but I mean, I was actually looking for a different date for public hearing, regardless, so.
so I think what you're hearing from staff, this was the minimum period that we would have to wait to have that public hearing. Certainly we can go longer than that, and if council's comfortable waiting for the rec commission and board to, you know, make a decision, to create better clarity for the public, we could look at scheduling it a week later or something to that effect.
For sure, and just as a sort of a point of clarification, if the public hearing is changed to a later date, there isn't going to be any additional information other than the RDCK decision. So we'd be presenting pretty much the same presentation that we've provided today, with the addition of whatever the RDCK decision is.
Councilor Page?
So I was just gonna say, because listening to Councillor Tate through the chair,
To me, what I'm seeing and hearing is, because we're on land use specifically, but raising a concern about clarity with the public, and questions will be answered, which will be the new information that staff is perfectly capable of incorporating into a hearing, is giving that direction when we get to 5, that the 24th or somewhere beyond the week of that, I'm so full with committee and RDCK meetings already on top of committee of the whole, that a public hearing on top of that is too many. But I think it's a really good point. And so if we can, I see good clarity for myself to say these are appropriate uses, and I feel comfortable giving that direction to staff and giving the direction to put the public hearing out a little bit until after the board meeting, because that'll provide staff with the details they need to then present the option that is available for the public to consider when they're at the public hearing, and no information really changes, and then we're still moving this on a good timeline.
Just for clarity, the board meeting's on the 19th.
Yeah,
Yeah,
Right
17th.
there, yeah.
Yeah,
So it would be,
recognition
it's
is
like
19th.
17 maybe, 19 they meet. Then as we just push this down the,
And just a monkey wrench, what if it is the case, so I think I just heard you say 24th, and then you just add whatever the RDCK says to the public hearing. Monkey wrench, is it possible that the rec commission and or the RDCK could say, we need more information from the proponent, or we would like to renegotiate the terms, or whatever the case may be, and then that date would need to shift possibly again, because there would be no recommendation yet to add to the information prior to the public hearing.
Sure. And just to add another wrench into your wrench, just bringing you back to the workshop that we had earlier today,
Yeah.
was that staff's intention was to bring the new OCP, which is arguably an even bigger project. Our intention was to bring first and second reading for that to the July council meeting, with the public hearing in August. So if we push it out too much farther, we're gonna start bumping the OCP, and then council may feel like they're getting rushed on the OCP, since we have to have that done by the end of the year.
so not that I want to, I never want to tell them. I'm just thankful that we have until the end of 2025 to pass the OCP. So I think that, I mean, this is the multiple balls in the air that has been making this whole thing problematic. Rec review, OCP review, 2 owners of property. It's messy, and we're gonna get one chance here to get it right. I have no problem seeing the doing of the OCP, which we've done a yeoman's amount of work on. It would be great to put a bow on it. I think we're very close, but I think doing the final passing, I think would be fine if we ended up doing that, and that was like September and then October when it came back. We can also do it, we can pass it, we can also have a special meeting in a cow. That's not like we have to go from month to month to finish off wrapping something up. And I don't wanna feel that pressure, because I realize, and I don't think it's clear to necessarily everybody, is that, probably everybody in this room, it's very clear, is that if we adopt a new OCP before we go through this process now follows the rules of the new OCP. So all of this has been done based on the 2013 OCP. So I wanna leave the 2013 OCP live while we try to finish off whatever discussions we wanna have about this project. I personally am quite comfortable with putting off thinking about when we're gonna get the OCP passed. We did some very good work on it today. I think we're down to the final bits, and I am very confident that's gonna pass without council suddenly saying, no, go back to the drawing board. So I think we have time before December. So I'd like to take those days off the map a little bit while we try to figure out the OCP. I do have a question about the statutory notice period, though. It's got a minimum. Does it have a maximum? Like, I mean, cause like I'm just hearing you, and I know that you've been getting, as we all have, we've been getting letters here and letters there and emails and a little phone call and about this project. If we pass basically 1 through 4 here and not do 5, the statutory window by default opens tomorrow because we've done this work. Can it go 2 months before it closes?
In theory, you could, so the term statutory notice period comes from the city bylaw. And it doesn't provide a definition, but generally what staff have interpreted that to mean is, as soon as we send out the notices to the neighbors, the statutory notice period starts. But the notice must include the date of the public hearing.
Right.
So we probably wouldn't send out the notices tomorrow if council's wish was to change the public hearing date, because we wouldn't be complying with that part of the Local Government Act. It says you have to put the date of the public hearing.
We can set the public hearing date after the board meeting, right?
And we do have the regular in July.
We're pushing up against their application date as we.
It's
That's
gonna be open for a long time though.
That's a good,
First.
yeah, that's a good point, and just maybe some clarification, maybe for those of you who didn't see the announcement on Friday, is that this round of CHF is a little bit different. So it is a rolling intake, and they've actually explicitly said, in government speak, first come, first serve. So the first intake is July 31st, and if all of the money is expended through that intake, there's no more additional funding. So they said there's additional intakes, they haven't told us when, but the first intake deadline is July 31st. So
Seems to me that it was intimated that there was maybe potentially 4 intakes, like in the course of the next year.
it could be.
Counselor, that came from BC Housing, sorry, Ken. Counselor Page.
Are we intimating that, does it matter if this goes in, say, tomorrow versus this goes in July 30th? Like, is there any sense of a preference that way, or are they gonna be dealt with as a pool once the application?
Yeah. They haven't, Macola hasn't indicated a preference one way or the other. Once the zoning is approved, or if the zoning is approved, there is some additional work that Macola needs to do. So I would say that if it was approved on July 30th and they wanted to meet the first intake, they probably would make it, because they need some additional information from the city in addition to the rezoning, and they need some time to prepare the application. So they would probably, if we use that July 30th scenario, they would probably have to submit for the second intake, whenever that might be.
Hoping that there's still funding available.
Well, I was just saying,
No, I don't think.
if they were all done today and it went in, is that one any more important than the one that goes in 3 weeks later?
I don't think it,
Inside
I think
this
it's
first
an
call?
intake at that July 31st, and they'll consider, if you get it in 2 weeks earlier on the 31st, I think they're all would be.
Oh, they would be, yeah, it doesn't matter if you submit
That
it
was the question.
today or.
Yeah.
Okay. And again, if we don't put a date and you've heard a lot of direction,
I think
then you guys have flexibility to.
I think we want a date, if we can. The board is meeting on the 19th, I think we should schedule it for the 24th.
Public.
Public hearing, yeah. And I guess if something changes, you can always cancel the public hearing and re-advertise and do all that sort of thing, so I think you're better off targeting a date that you know where people are, unless something, I think I'm hearing, unless something odd happens at the RDCK board, then they're either going to make the lot available or not make it available. It's
Well, and this is one of those balls we can take out of the air,
right.
that this kind of use is allowed.
And again, it's, with the zoning we have, that would allow the RDCK to have a housing and recreation project on their lot in the future, if they so choose.
Yeah, sorry, just to add an additional
Monkey
thing
wrench.
that Natalie had mentioned as well, is we'd also need some leniency from council and from the corporate officer around deadlines, because typically we have to get our reports in a week before the deadline. So we would have, if it was the 24th, if we followed the rules, we'd have to get our report in to this to the 17th. So we need some leniency from the city manager and the corporate officer to have a late report.
Yeah,
the council would get their information late as well, but.
Yeah.
and I think you have 99% of the information now.
Yeah, it's mostly the same, yeah.
So can I just say that the 24th, the mayor is out of town? So could we plan for it to be on the 23rd, which is the Monday,
Nope, it's fine with me.
for the public hearing?
Monday's a good day.
Monday's a good day?
And we're able to cancel it if the RDCK has requested additional information and we're in a new back and forth. And they are in a new back and forth.
Whatever council wants to do, just to sort of identify. We do have to send out notices.
Yeah.
And we do have to put an ad in the paper.
Right.
So we could potentially be putting an ad in the paper to tell people to come to a public hearing that may be canceled. So just from an optics perspective, there could be potentially 2 notices sent to the neighbors, 2 ads in the paper, 1 with, so.
I just think it's a low percentage that we're not gonna have a decision.
Yeah, and it's just like my concern in asking about the statutory notice period was that if we say push this meeting out to say the middle of July or something like that, is it then you'd be getting 6 weeks worth of people, you know, contacting you, because then you'd have to leave it open that long. It was more about the impact, and I forgot to finish my sentence there in terms of that with this, it's like when you do 2 weeks, you get 2 weeks of it. You know, if we were to have it moved way out and we decided that the initial date is tomorrow after we pass these, then there would be like 6 weeks versus say 2 weeks, which would be a lot more mail in your mailbox potentially. Because you've already been getting mail asking for this, and you've been having to tell people that that window isn't open currently.
So I think we're talking about item 5. We haven't gone through 1 to 4 yet.
No, we're talking all about 5, but it seems like there's some flavor for, like, if you don't wanna refer the whole thing, then it sounds like, I mean, cause I think that Councillor Tate is right in terms of like, what we're doing here is that we're putting this land, we're making it more usable, which is always sometimes a good thing to do. It's just that it gets kind of masked by the fact that there's actually a project around it, but it's not as if the city of Nelson has not rezoned land in the past without a project on it. And so by doing the comprehensive development here, as the city manager said, we've added housing into one of the uses there, along with the other uses that are there.
Can I ask a question? Can we actually advertise for a public hearing based on a decision that hasn't been made, even if we think that it has a very low chance of failure? But can we,
No, I think we have to pass
we have to wait?
We have to pass first and second.
Yeah.
Yeah, no, but I think that we're gonna,
Pass that today.
This
Yeah, no, I
is
know.
about
Yeah,
zoning though, so
exactly.
you can go ahead and rezone these lands without the decision from the
Okay,
RDCK because their board already approved this rezoning, they agreed to it. So you could move forward, I understand why you may not want to as a council, maybe you would want that information presented to the public, but you can move forward with zoning without having that decision in place. And we would be transparent with the public saying, hey, look, this is a Rec Commission 5 and an RDCK board decision, whether that rec space gets built, like proposed. If not, it would only be housing. So I think we were gonna be very transparent with the public on that piece, but could move forward or you could not.
To what you're saying, and I guess just to the public, 'cause this is the time, this is the body to have the discussion that is some members of the public would like us at least to contemplate. If we decide that this should just be recreation, this is the place where we're making that decision that this should only be recreation.
Yeah, you wouldn't approve this.
And that we wouldn't approve this and then the whole thing,
Sorry, the we is
the we as council, the we as cause there's.
City of Nelson,
there's a
not
sense
the
of-
RD.
Yeah,
Yeah, I
we've all
feel
heard it,
you
there's a
sort of
sense in the
switching back and forth, I'm
community
trying to follow.
that there's a sense in some members of the community that this is historic lands for only recreation and it has a pedigree for that purpose, and that I only raise it because of clarity, like this is the time we decide that is in fact true. And that's the overriding principle, that this is the place and the only place. And it's not the RDD's call to be like,
we will expand into that and put a gymnasium, we have to first say, we're gonna offer those lands up to recreation to do some sort of grant project.
Sorry, I think I wanna say the same thing, but maybe say it back to you differently.
Sure.
And this was my next concern about the rezone being semi-attached as it is right now to a proposal. When this table originally said, when the letters went to the economic development with these two ideas of land, I believe that we said yes, if the project includes recreation. So, it was a long conversation, but if we were to approve this zoning now with these two concept drawings, and that does not go through on the RD side, then the existing proposal meets the zoning and there's almost nothing more to say about it. Even though originally as a table, we're like, this could be really great, let's do a mixed project.
We said we wanted to consult, we said we wanted to ask. We didn't say we wanted a specific answer, we said we deserve to ask the RDCK if they want to do something together.
So just
Okay.
adding clarity,
Sure.
yes, that's what we've said to the proponent,
Okay,
that they will have to come back and ask if it's a housing only project on city lands to, pass a resolution that you will lease that land for 60 years. It might be the zoning, but we're still the landowner.
right.
So until council says, yes, we will lease you this land for 60 years for a buck for housing only, that is still a decision that you will
So
have to
there's
make.
still one more step.
You have to agree to lease that land.
So,
So it's zoned for it, that project could happen there,
yes,
but you as the owner of that land have to agree to make it available.
and is that in the public hearing?
No, that will be a separate resolution, like as Natalie and Ken said, the first piece is rezoning the land to allow that project or a similar type of project now or into the future.
That's what I was getting to.
Scored higher if we've made that resolution
Right.
that that land is available.
For sure, and just going back to what I had said previously, to add to what Kevin had said, the zoning is one component of this for Nelson Cares to get across the finish line, so to speak, submit their application. There's some additional work that needs to happen after the rezoning, and the big one is the agreement to lease the land. So that's why staff were recommending a sooner public hearing rather than a later one, knowing that we have to bring forward the lease to council as well, so.
Does the public hearing not have to be attached to a particular proposal, or you can?
No,
Okay.
and maybe just some clarification. So council's role here right now is to make or to answer the land use question, which is the CD zone appropriate?
Right.
What the building's gonna look like is delegated to staff because development permits are delegated right now to staff.
Yeah.
So I think from our perspective, we appreciate the desire to find out more information. But ultimately, even if there wasn't this question mark in the air, so to speak, about the RD, ultimately the building could look different. So whether or not we provide full architectural drawings or we only provide council with the two concept plans, as long as it complies with our design guidelines, the building could look completely different colors, materials. It could have only only the housing or the combination of the two. All of that has been delegated to staff through the development permit process. So council's role here is just, is this OCP designation appropriate and is this CD zone appropriate?
Yeah, I'll just add it, it is common for like a rezoning to go forward and then the development to look different after the fact, because by the time they get their permits, it could be many years later and things have changed slightly. Yes, that's happened.
Yeah, we've seen that on different projects around.
We have seen it on different projects, so it is common. But I think this is a bit of a unique case because this is city owned.
Mm-hmm.
So I think that council still has some leverage in terms of how we lease this land to them and what we agreed to do with it.
So the 23rd?
The 23rd. I like it.
So we'll add that.
Well, it looks
to-
like that's 5, so we haven't gotten through 1 through 4 yet, so I just wanna make sure as we.
Now?
Yep.
Okay, so recommendations, number 1, it's been moved by Councillor Page, is our seconder. Seconded by Councillor Payne. And any further discussions? So Councillor Page, do you want to just read that?
That the official community plan amendment bylaw number 3634/2025 be introduced and read a first and second time by title only.
Okay, it's been moved and seconded. All those in favor? Okay, that carries. Let's go for number 2.
Just do the second one.
Yep, Councillor Payne, Page, seconder.
The zoning,
Second, I need a seconder.
Oh.
Councillor Payne, thank you.
that the zoning amendment bylaw number 3635/2025 be introduced and read a first and second time by title only.
Okay, that's been moved and seconded. And all those in favor? Opposed and opposed?
I'm opposed to that one because the OCP is the vision, but the zoning is the nuts and bolts, and I'm not ready to move forward on the nuts and bolts. Thank you.
Okay, would you like to be recorded as opposed?
No, I don't. I just wanted to say it out loud.
Okay, that still carries on a 3-2 vote. Okay, okay. So that carries. Item number 3, moved by Councillor Page. Seconded by Councillor Payne. Councillor Page.
That in accordance with section 475 of the local government has considered the impact, I'm assuming that's council, has considered the impacts of the official community planning amendment bylaw number 3634/2025 on the city 5-year financial plan and waste management plan and found no measurable impact.
Okay, that's been moved and seconded. All in favor? Okay, I saw 2 hands, 3 hands. Thank you.
Sorry.
Okay, that carries. And recommendation number 4?
I'll just keep moving this
Yeah,
along.
keep going. Page, seconder, Payne.
I do have a question here about like a missing verb. Like that council adopts the official, that one I was reading a few times, it seems to,
For number 4?
yeah, for number 4.
No, that it has been shared with those people.
Has been, just
I
keep
know
reading
what it's
it.
saying it's doing, I'm just,
That official community plan
Council
Bylaw
has been referred to.
Council
okay, so that we
Acknowledges.
accept that that's happened.
accepts, yeah.
Oh, okay, gotcha.
Okay, that the official community plan bylaw number 3634/2025 has been referred to as listed and the entities listed and has considered whether additional persons, organizations, and authorities are required to be consulted, including additional federal and provincial agencies and First Nations, and is satisfied that the appropriate persons, organizations, and authorities have been identified and consulted in advance of the public hearing.
Okay, that's been moved and seconded. All those in favor? Thank you, and that carries. And shall we do number 5? Councillor Page, is there a seconder? Councillor Payne,
And we're going with the 23rd. You want it named?
I think we have to name it.
Okay, that staff be directed to schedule a public hearing for June 23rd, 2025.
Okay, any questions or concerns? I'm just gonna check in with Councillor Panero. You've been kind of quiet on the whole thing, but I think you're all okay with this so far? Your hand's been going up in affirmative for all of the resolutions. So,
I don't think we should schedule it. I think we need to hear what the board says. And then if we need to call a special meeting to pass the resolution to schedule it, I think that's more appropriate. And that gives us the right amount of time. Because one thing I've been finding with these processes is that we get the thing and it's like, okay, let's make a choice. Not on this one, but some of them, we get new information. And I've got like 12 minutes or one weekend where I'm driving to Airdrie and back to try to untangle it, or flying to Ottawa and back. And so I don't think we should schedule it. That is my vote. I think once we get any information from the RD, whatever information we do get, then at that time we could call a special meeting to call this resolution to do then you've got that 7-day
We
statutory.
need that 2 weeks.
2 weeks.
2 weeks?
Yeah, we need the an appropriate amount of time to
And it
mail
has to be when
notices
that
and get an
newspaper
ad in
comes
the
out.
paper and-
I think then that gives us to the 8th, which is our council meeting, our regular meeting anyway.
How does it give it to the 8th? Sorry, I'm not
Gives us
following.
more than time to the 8th.
So, just, okay, in my head, thinking about, can I try this? Can I
Yeah.
just try this on for?
Yeah.
So, we do recreation.
Yeah.
We hear from the RD. We haven't passed 5, but it seems like everybody's available, so we would have a special meeting on the 5th to pass on the 23rd.
Possibly, yeah.
Because
Depending what happens at the RD.
And then, depending on, so we do that on that Monday, because I'm gone for the rest of the week for other meetings. So, and then we would count out the 2 weeks from there, which would be whatever that
The 8th.
date is.
It could possibly be the 8th, which we already have a meeting scheduled for, or we could do the 7th, I don't know what is what. It's the 2
Well, it
weeks.
might be the 9th, because what you want, like, the 8th is our regular council meeting, and we always have a lot of work to do, so just don't plunk it on the council date.
Sorry,
That's
okay. My bad.
So it could be like the 9th, because I'd be happy to forego the police board meeting. Counselor, Page.
I hear the desire to bring the simplest, clear-cut piece of information to the public at this stage, given, how this project has come together and merged with other projects and created, that everyone's had to stretch their brain quite far to capture it all. I hear that. However, I think there's a scenario where something may change and we can provide really clear information, or it may not change and it's more
The same.
more convoluted, but not, to my mind, overtly convoluted. Like, it could be better to have less, but it's not a game stopper for me. If we have to say, it could still be the whole package, you may only be getting the 2/3 package. I think the public can wrap their minds around that in that scenario. I don't think it stops it for me. So I think with the notices and with the getting to lining up with the paper, and with this being the one intake and the austerity that's kind of looming around us, that getting this application in for this intake is important. And I think the other project, if we're getting those together and Macola's coming to present on them, then now we've got 2 projects that are getting kind of tied up in each other. So if we can get one ball out of the air, which is, does this land use match? And get the public intake and get it out sooner, so we have the most number of weeks or most number of days for the public to add comment leading into that public hearing, into that package, then I'm okay with that little bit of unevenness and roughness, even though we've set a date and some of the details are still in the air on the next process that's coming down for the development permit. And I hear you,
No, you lost me. I don't understand. We did.
I hear you, but I lost you.
I don't understand, sorry. We did 1 and 2.
Yeah.
So even without a proposal, we've done the first 2 readings of those 2 things.
Yeah.
That we could do the 3rd and final, even if there were no proposal ever. And no proponent.
Yep.
The public hearing is directly tied to a proposal. No?
No,
We have to
It's
have a
tied to
public
the
hearing anyway
OCP
just
and
for
the
land
zoning.
use?
to get to
Yes.
adoption.
Yeah.
Yes.
So
Okay.
to give you an example, and the reason why I use the term answering the land use question.
Yeah.
Because despite the fact that there's a lot of information that goes into this project, when it comes down to it, the only thing that council is really doing is talking about, is this OCP designation? Is this okay? Staff recognizes a lot of other stuff going on.
Yeah.
But the entire purpose of that public hearing is only those 2 land use questions. So that's why we always sort of try and remind council that despite the fact there's a lot of noise and a lot of information flowing back and forth, when it comes down to it, it's just really those 2 questions. And so in theory, you could have an application that moves forward with no architectural drawings, nothing. Just simply someone, and I think maybe, if I remember correctly, there was something on the North Shore about RVs or something like that. That was really just a question for council, is this appropriate or not? There was really nothing, and that would generally be applied to all of our rezonings, but we recognize that people are very visual and we try and get the applicants to provide architectural drawings, but technically, legally, they don't need to provide anything for a rezoning.
So, you know, like ultimately, you have to agree to lease the land to them. You could rezone, you could change the OCP, and in the end, if there was some information that came that you decided it makes sense to lease this land to them, you have, that's your final piece to approve the project, right? So I think that's your project approval piece is leasing them the land for whatever those terms are. And if you don't like the proposal at the end of the day, then you could choose not to lease them the land. I think the other practical piece is they need a project. Like, we don't need a project for zoning, they need a project for their application. So that's really what we're talking about. If council wants them to put forward an application for July 31st, they need a project. Is it housing only on the city land? Is it a combined project? Whatever it is, they need a project. They need to cost it, they need to put in an application. So really, that is the pressure point in all this is if you want them to be able to submit for CHF funding on July 31st to have the best chance for a project, you really need to, you don't have time to wait for beyond, I would say, the RD making a decision on 17th and 19th. If you wait any longer, you're likely not meeting, they're not getting that application in. So that's really what we're talking about here.
So the 23rd.
That's what's moved in second currently.
Okay.
Right? I got it.
Someone can ask to amend it or whatever, that's.
It was second, right?
Yeah.
Yes,
Okay.
yeah, for the 23rd.
I'm waiting, I feel like that Councillor Tate has a secondary question. And Councillor Pinero, just wave that you're still okay and don't have a question. Or
I don't have a question. I'm fine.
But he's on the East Coast, so it's like 1 or 2
Yeah.
o'clock at midnight.
no, he's back, he is back in our time, he just didn't arrive back in our time until like 5 o'clock tonight, so he's still probably, he's somewhere flying still. Or at least that's where I would be, still somewhere kind of lost.
Bringing it in.
The I agree a little bit with what you're saying, Councillor Tate. But we have a motion in front of us. If you've got nothing further, another question to ask regarding it. It does look like we're on the 23rd as the date. So item number 5. If you just want to read it again, Councillor Page is the mover.
Yeah, so the motion is that staff be directed to schedule a public hearing for June 23rd, 2025.
Okay, all those in favor? Okay, 3 votes, that passes. Thank you. Okay, thank you to staff. Are you free to go now, or do you have another? I'm so lost on the plan now here that, okay, that was 12.
There's one more item, I think Sarah.
Oh,
has.
you've got a development variance permit coming up there.
It's normally around 5.
I think it's
Yeah.
5 o'clock. Yeah.
I'm pretty sure the bylaw is 5 o'clock. But 6 o'clock, okay, listen to Sarah.
I just wanna put something in so I don't over. I'll put 5 and then if it's 6, that's better. Well, that means I'll be here at 5 as opposed to if you call it at 5 and I'm booked up till 6, I don't wanna miss
Yeah,
it.
no, that makes sense.
Okay, moving on, we are at item 13, A. Let's see here. Committee of the Whole Delegation Policy number 0550000018. This revised policy updates and expands on the original 2022 version to incorporate feedback from council staff and delegation participants. The amendments highlighted in red in the draft policy add clarity and address procedural challenges not previously captured. These include clearer submission timelines, presenter conduct expectations, repeat delegation rules, and the ability for staff to assess relevance and jurisdiction more precisely. So council, we have a motion in front of us. Councillor Page, moving it.
I can move it and then ask my question.
Okay.
Fine with that. Just wants a second one, so.
Is there a seconder? Councillor Payne.
I just need to excuse myself.
Yep. Councillor, we still have quorum. Councillor Page, your question.
So on some of the amendments, sorry.
Oh, it's okay, I'm just.
So the one that caught my eye was, I think I know why we're trying to capture this one, but a delegation request may be refused when trying to proceed to be the purpose to convince council, which I feel.
What else are they here for?
Yeah, that's immediately what I saw when I read it.
Read that part again or tell me where it
To
is.
convince council.
It's the first
The last bullet point on the
presentation
presentation eligibility. Like, what is a delegation coming to unless it's, or at least so many of them are trying to convince us they're doing
They're
something
here
good.
to provide you with information and allow you a chance, an opportunity to ask questions.
And I looked up the definition of convince, and that was sort of it. You present information so that the party you're presenting to is capable of making a decision to move forward.
Can we say persuade? Is that better? I have another one. So, but it caught my eye and I was just like, what are they coming for?
I just think it's irrelevant. I don't know that we, can I, maybe, sorry, I'm jumping on your question
yes.
here. It's just, I'm trying to think of an example where someone has come and, or, I don't even know how.
I was trying to promote what they're doing.
Yeah.
To us.
They're trying to show us an opportunity that they believe is relevant.
Maybe we can word it in a way of more on a positive that, you know, that.
I just don't know who we're trying to cut out with this. Maybe that's what I need to understand better. Cause I just don't think we need it, period, that sentence.
Well, maybe convince council of a matter that is intended to be before council into the future, like that's where I kind of think the intent of that is.
That's already covered in other parts of this.
So it's getting late, why don't you, I think trying to wordsmith this here at this time is probably not the most productive use of your time at this time of night, so we should look at that piece of it. Was there something else?
So should we move?
The other one was I myself didn't want to commit to annual review of this policy. Thought that was a bit prescriptive.
Okay.
It just felt like a lot, maybe once a term or every 2 years even I would be okay with, but I thought every year was too prescriptive.
Okay.
So do you want to refer this and we'll look at this and.
Like, I just raised the question about convincing them, like, especially if I'm gonna see it in 2 years.
Well, it's been moved and seconded, but we can refer, so.
We
We got
have to
some.
pass resolution.
We just have some important stuff on the agenda still, I'd hate for us
This
to.
is important.
We can spend a minute.
Get bogged down in this
We've
one.
only been here for 2 minutes.
It's not that it's not important, is it urgent? Is it urgent that we pass it tonight, or could we
No,
refer
there's
it to the next meeting?
there's no
That's what I'm
urgency.
saying.
There's
I don't
not
think
any
that
urgency.
anything that comes before us is not important.
Yeah.
So do
But
Can
we're
we
getting
refer?
requests all the time, so.
Sure.
I have, sorry guys, I have the same concerns as others on this. I don't understand why people come before council if it's not to convince us of something. So I think referring it seems like a good idea.
Okay.
So can I just say we strike that, just strike the whole line and keep the rest? Well, that's not wordsmithing, I would just strike that bullet.
Yeah, you can pass it with that stricken.
And I would, and in that case, I would leave the 1 year piece alone, so that it can come back next year. Because I see lots of other things operationally, I just think let's give staff that ability. So I would.
So Sarah, the other option is to, instead of having it in the policy to require review, is that we strike it out of the policy and council pass a separate resolution to review it in 1 year's time.
Yeah, or it is already in alignment with council procedure bylaw. So it's already in your procedure bylaw that you'll review policies on a regular basis, I think is what it says. I don't think it says annually. So we could take that right out of there.
Okay.
But we strike both those.
So I would move an amendment to strike those two, or
That's fine.
or friendly amend the motion to pass it as amended.
Okay, so it's been moved.
Are we still going? Like, you
It
wanna hear
means,
the
well,
rest?
I mean, it sounds like those are the things that were
I thought we were
problematic.
gonna refer, but now if we're.
Yeah, if it's just a matter of taking those two things out, then they're gonna disappear and.
I have a
Councillor Pin-
question about procedure number 8. Are there any situations in which a majority of council could move something forward?
Oh, is that 8?
That's a priority ranking, and presentations requested by a majority of council are always top of the list.
Okay.
7.
So delegation requests must be submitted in writing. The corporate officer or city manager may waive this requirement and approve matters they deem urgent at their discretion. So if somewhere up further where it says that council can do that, that overrides this sentence. So that supersedes. Okay, that's what I wanted clarity on. Thank you.
We good? Councillor Pinero, does that, if we strike the one line, you're satisfied with that?
Yeah, that was the one that stuck out for me. Is there much, like, if we strike that one line, what is the other differences between this and what is already the process? I'm a little unclear why, I guess I'm unclear why we're bringing this forward and what sort of situation had come up in the past that causes this to be a needed thing.
Well, we've had some of these discussions before, and so when we felt that it wasn't really meeting our needs, so this has now come back to address some of the issues that have been brought up previously, and please don't ask me what those were, but it's just trying to make it so that the process here for delegation, that it's clearer, because it's always kind of been a bit, like, it's not been very clear. We don't wanna make it totally prescriptive, but it's to help make it run better, and to, when these requests come in, that it makes it easier for staff to also be able to manage them.
Part of
Yeah, I
my
think it-
workshop.
And there is a form they have to fill out, right?
Yeah, there's a
Number
form.
9 says requests must include all these things, but I'm just assuming that's on the form.
It is on the form, but
Okay, that's.
So this is kind of a bit of housekeeping, Councillor Pinero.
Okay.
It's been moved, it's been seconded, it's been amended. We're moving it as amended. All those in favor? And that carries, there you go, done. Don't have to refer it, have it come back again. Okay. Item 13B, development variance permits for 723 Robson. Development Services received an application to vary zoning bylaw 3199/2013 as follows. Section 4.1.7, interior side yard setback to reduce the minimum required setback from the west interior side property line from 1.5 meters to 0.09 meters at 723 Robson Street, and section 4.1.8, building envelope to allow a portion of the roof to extend into the area where roof lines are normally restricted when a building is located close to the property line at 723 Robson Street. Council is being requested to consider and approve the proposed variances. So we have a comprehensive background here. We have staff here. Staff, you want to give a brief overview, please?
Sure. Yeah, this is a development variance permit at 723 Robson. It's located in the Uphill neighborhood. The applicant is proposing to remove the existing split level design and construct a full second story addition to an existing single family home. The original house is estimated to have been constructed around 1901, well before our current zoning regulations were in place. It was built at an angle on the lot, and subsequent additions over the years have followed the irregular orientation, which has compounded the misalignment. As a result, portions of the existing structure currently encroach into the interior side yard setback and into the building envelope, specifically the area where roof lines are typically restricted. Due to the historic siting, it's not feasible for the homeowner to construct a new second story in compliance with the current bylaw. So to proceed with the addition, the 2 variances have been requested. While staff consider the scale of these variances to be very minor in nature, the proposal exceeds the City of Nelson's criteria to be considered a minor variance. The application has been reviewed by city staff across all relevant departments and circulated to neighbors within 60 meters. No comments or concerns have been noted. Staff are supportive and believe it appropriately addresses the site-specific challenges while maintaining the established character of the neighborhood. We are recommending approval of the variance as outlined in the report, and I'm happy to answer any questions.
Move the recommendation.
Okay, moved by Councillor Tate, seconded by Councillor Page. Councillor Tate.
That the application for development variance permit be approved to vary the requirements of zoning bylaw 3199/2013, allowing for a new residential second story on the following properties collectively known as 723 Robson Street. As follows, do I have to read that?
No, I'm good.
As follows, zoning bylaw 3199/2013, section 4.1.7, interior side yard setback to reduce the minimum required side setback from the interior side property line from 1.5 to 0.9 meters as per the attached plans, and section 4.1.8, building envelope to exclude the restricted building envelope area to allow a portion of the roof to extend into the area where roof lines are normally restricted when a building is located close to the property line as per the attached plans.
Okay, that's moved and seconded. All those in favor? And that carries. Okay.
Thank you for making that so easy to understand.
Oh yeah, no
That one
worries.
was really easy.
Yeah.
I read that one, I was like, I got this.
Great, yeah, I know the building envelope thing's such a hassle to
The picture was fantastic. That's some of the best pictures I've seen. I'm like, yeah, well, they're not moving the house anytime soon.
Yeah, exactly. Thank you.
Okay. Here we are at 13C. Fire Chief Jeff Hebert, come on up to the hot seat, provide council with an update on the proposed approach to the implementation and recommendations outlined in the fire strategy developed by Tim Play and Associates at the May 20th, 2025 Committee of the Whole Meeting. Staff requests council to adopt the fire strategy and the recommendations contained within. This will ensure the fire strategy becomes an active guiding document and that staff have the necessary direction to advance the recommended actions. Sorry, Councillor, I just took some liberty to change the word from master to something else, as that was a concern raised by a councillor, but we can have debate over what the plan should be referred to and called, I'm sure, as we roll it out over the future dates. Chief, any comments or anything that you want to add? We went over the plan. I think it was a good presentation. Councillors, do you have any questions? Councillor Pinero, any questions on the master plan?
No.
Okay.
I do. This one came up in coffee talk this morning, and I was curious if you could remind me, and we talked about this when you were here last, regarding the, there is a study happening with the BC Ambulance Service that is kind of like designating the call-out structure. Could you articulate that again for me, please?
So there's conversations with BCEHS and the Fire Chiefs Association of British Columbia to come up with a process for municipalities, and it's a pilot project. It isn't being released. I'm not sure which departments are taking part in it.
Okay.
The last update that I had was in January of this year. at our Zone 4 meetings, and that the process is still moving forward, but I don't have any information on when it's going to be, when the preliminary findings are going to be kind of rolled out and how that's going to look going forward for the rest of the province.
And what is the purpose of that project?
Is to give a mechanism for municipalities and fire departments to work with EHS to kind of custom tailor the responses
Custom tailored responses.
to the needs of the community.
Gotcha.
And so that would be considering something like the term, I'm sure it'll have a new term by the time it comes out than the one I'm used to, looking at the concept of fire medic.
I don't believe so. I believe it's more like the EHS dispatch is called based on a severity, a color coding severity. And this would provide a mechanism for municipalities to specify which calls they would be responding to.
Okay. Perfect. Okay, any further questions for the chief? Councillor Payne.
Well, it's not for the chief, it's just I don't think I clearly heard what you said before, so I did send an email about the term master, which I've spoken to a number of different times, with some, it's just an article, so that's something that we could change in the future?
Yep.
Okay.
I don't think there's any rules around that it has to be called a master plan, and I just sort of, I was thinking of a rule, I read your email and I was
So
just
we're
like,
implementing this,
Yeah.
is this the time to do it, or you're saying it's sometime down the road?
I think we probably say master plan 50 times in this report, so, you know, I think if
Search and
Why?
replace.
we want to adopt this and then look, you know, if we want to change it and redo, revise it with new language, we can, but I think for tonight, we haven't done that. You could pass a separate resolution, I guess, to say that, ask staff to
review the use of the word master, it could be a third recommendation in the,
Yeah, and we did brainstorm some other wording. The unfortunate part is this is a type of plan well seated within the fire service, and it has specific intent, and a lot of the other words that we kind of used to explain it were also other types of plans, so we
just need some research.
yeah, and I've been referring to it as the plan, so.
Yeah, we just need to do some further research then.
yeah, it could just be fire plan, we just take master out, but I think that, so we could make that as a third, if you wanted to put a third resolution,
Yeah, I would like to see it a change, you know, as the city goes forward in reviewing all of our plans, you know, based on the information that was in this article. You know, it's a derogatory term.
What?
Master historically, and it is male-centric. So there's a lot of key groups that it could be offensive to, and this is an opportunity, but.
Let's socialize the idea by just saying plan for a while, and then
Okay.
we'll be able to.
Okay, as long as we're
I think
considering
it'd be
that for this and just a step in the right direction for the rest of the plans that we have.
I also like socialize the idea as we go forward.
Okay, well, it's been well socialized in other groups, but we can socialize it here.
okay, so let's try to do the resolutions, then if we don't have any more questions for the chief, do I have a mover for resolution number 1? Councillor Tate,
That, I'm okay putting them together.
okay,
Are you guys okay putting them together? Yeah, okay. That council passes the following resolutions. 1, that council receives the City of Nelson Community Risk Assessment. 2, that council adopt the Nelson Fire and Rescue Services Fire Plan dated February 5th, 2025.
Oh, actually, no, I don't. I want to separate them. They're separate things.
Okay, sure. Move to separate.
move to
That
separate.
council passes the following resolution. Number 1, that council receives the City of Nelson Community Risk Assessment.
Okay, that's been moved and seconded. Is there any further conversation or concern? Seeing none, all those in favor? Thank you, Councillor Pinero, and that passes. And let's take a round on 2.
Move.
Councillor Tate, seconded by Councillor Page.
that council passes the following resolution. That council adopt the Nelson Fire and Rescue Services Fire Plan dated February 5th, 2025.
Okay, one more chance for questions, everybody? Seeing none, all those in favor? And that carries. Thank you, Chief.
Oh, because they're separate things. I get it.
There was just distinctly
Like,
separate.
what
No,
was
when I read it,
that?
I was like, no, they're just very different, they're separate.
Okay,
They're
yeah, fair enough.
related, but they're separate.
Okay.
Just thought for efficiency there, I kind of thought, no, they should have division too, but I just thought, okay, there.
Yeah, fair enough. Sounds good.
I wonder if we move the fire dispatch at least above the minutes and reports.
We haven't done resource recovery.
Yeah.
Oh, okay, sorry.
Yeah, we can move, oh yeah, so, okay, Chief has to be here for that, that's fine. Anybody have a problem with putting 15 above 14, the late item? And the chief can actually get to go. So next item, 13D, City of Nelson is overpaying for recycling services under the RDCK's cost allocation model for service.
You just said we were gonna switch, but then you.
Oh, you want me to bring him right up right now? Sorry, I thought you wanted me to, you said he asked for minutes and reports.
I did, but maybe I just realized that resource recovery may create some discussion.
Okay, I'll back up. And we will have the chief come up and we will do the late item now while you're still here. And then we'll move on to the other things that will keep us all awake all night. So, let me see here. That's right at the very back of my little package here of goodies. So, fire dispatch service agreement negotiations. Staff are working with a consultant to identify a preferred proponent to negotiate third-party dispatch. One consideration was to create efficiencies by aligning with our mutual aid partners, the Regional District of Central Kootenay. Staff and the consultants obtained preliminary pricing from other fire dispatch providers and also looked at the internal option of expanding current dispatch services of the Nelson Police Department. Based on the review of the Regional District of Fraser Fort George, it is the preferred proponent. Staff request a resolution of council to approve negotiating the details of the contract for the provision of fire dispatch services directly with the Regional District of Fraser Fort George. So Chief, you're here, maybe give us a quick rundown on the dispatch and contract.
Right, so Regional District of Fraser Fort George requested this request for decision so that they have some confidence moving forward with the negotiations of the contract. We reached out to Kelowna, Fraser Fort George. We had some other information from Ecom based on a very similar contract for, this all includes pricing, as well as looking at what it would cost for police to operate dispatch for us. And Fraser Fort George was the more cost-effective option by fairly significant. There was some challenges, and we had discussions with other municipalities that run both police and fire dispatching, and the challenges that we ran into were the CAD systems. They don't talk to each other. The fire CAD and police CAD don't do, so we need to run independent CADs, very cost prohibitive, as well as the staffing increases required to meet the fire dispatch requirements, made the police department not a viable option. So a process of elimination, and then also increasing the synergies of being on the same dispatch provider as our mutual aid departments. Fraser Fort George was a clear choice.
Councillor Page moved. Seconded by Councillor Payne. Questions? Councillor Tate?
Thanks so much for this, and thanks for sharing that. I think that we would get some feedback, and I'd be interested in how to address it regarding having someone dispatching from afar and not having local knowledge and those sorts of things. Can you talk to us a little bit about that?
We had those concerns. I mean, it's something that every fire department in British Columbia faces, is not necessarily having the dispatch center in their neighborhood. That's also a synergy with having Fraser Fort George dispatch us, is they are already familiar with the area because they dispatch our mutual aid partners. They already have our GIS information, and they have sent people here physically to learn the area for the regional district. And if there's any concerns or a learning curve, then I can imagine that they would do the same for us.
Thank you for answering that question. I sent that to the CAO today. Same question, Fraser Fort George. It's a ways away, but.
I think 911's out of Kamloops right now, right?
Mm-hmm. Okay, so it's been moved and seconded. Any other questions? Seeing none, those are in favor. And that carries. There you go. Now, Chief, thank you for being here tonight.
Thank you very much.
And got your,
Enjoy the rest of your evening.
okay,
Thank you.
yeah, RDCK, here we go. So back to 13D. City of Nelson is overpaying for recycling services under the RDCK's cost allocation model for service A117. The cost contributions are based on urban use rather than actual depot usage data. Analysis of the 2023 RDCK depot survey and volume data shows that a large portion of depot users are disposing of materials not eligible for curbside collection, yet their usage is fully included in cost calculations attributed to Nelson. Adopting a more accurate volume-weighted allocation model would ensure a fairer distribution of costs and could save the city over $100,000 annually. So we have a backgrounder there. We have a draft recommendation to go forward to the regional district for consideration. Did you want to speak to it, Kevin?
Yeah, Chris can jump in as well if he wants, so. As we shared with council, we relooked at the data that was collected. And as the RFD states, when you look at on a volume basis, then we believe we're over contributing. You know, the genesis of the review was when council 2.5 terms ago, identified, hey, you know, we run our own curbside program, we use the depot less because of that, we're not bringing that same level of material there, so that should be factored into what the city residents pay for recycling, or for that share of the depot costs in our area. So that was what council asked for, and I believe that's what the board agreed to do at the time. So I'm not quite sure why, when they had that data, they didn't take into account the fact that, you know, urban users shouldn't be discouraged from using the depot for all those other products that aren't collected curbside. They should be encouraged, and if our residents use those, then why would they pay as if they had no curbside program? So really all this is, you know, all we're saying is it should be based on the material that you bring, not how many people show up.
And I think if you just think about it practically, like how would a person who lives closer to a recycling depot behave differently than someone who lives further away? Like you would likely go more frequently with less volume of material, and that material would be items that were not available for curbside pickup. So if you're just counting number of visits, you're probably overestimating how much a person who lives closer would be bringing in, as opposed to someone from further away who might only come in, you know, once every month and probably bring a larger quantity of goods and a more varied selection of recyclable materials. So it's just different, and I think it doesn't capture the usage of this transfer station or the recycling depot if you're just counting visits.
Councillor Page.
Since I wrote most of this, can I move it? Are we at that point?
Yes.
Sure.
Like to move it?
Second.
Okay.
I have a question about the letter.
Sure.
But you can go first.
Well, all I would say is we've had varying levels of this discussion, so after the last time, took the time to put this down into a written form, and I think I've obviously done a good job of capturing it, cause it's shown up in this report. And if there's any questions or adjustments to the letter that would be sent, and I think the resolution captures what needs to happen.
But in the letter, it captures 40 and 38, so I was curious if the 40 was a typo or if the 66 was a typo. I have it circled if that's helpful. It's like the 5th paragraph in the letter.
They're different between the two depots, aren't it? Isn't that what that means?
I know in the top it's 66 and 38,
Okay.
and in the letter it's 40 and 38. Yeah, so the 66-40, which is correct. Just curious. And then, and then my other question is, I think I understood that this is not asking to be reimbursed for those overpayments.
Well, starting January 1st, 2024.
It does say reimbursed for the overpayment? Did I misunderstand that?
Well, effective January 1st, 2024.
So the resolution only asks to draft a letter, and we have an example draft
Yeah,
provided, so we can check in on that and make sure that it's fully accurate, get another set of eyes to do a proofread with me.
Okay.
I think you're catching something, but if I had the whole thing in front of me again,
Just double check
off the
it.
top of my head, and think that you're probably right, it's probably a misplaced number.
Yeah, and then allocation adjusted effective January 1st, 2024, but the original notice was in 2019. So that feels like a lot of money, and I'm curious if there is an intention once, perhaps we're able to move forward with this to try to recapture that. It's a long time of overpayment. Was that considered in our overall conversation and approach? Is this something to, maybe, I don't know, I've never done this, maybe we should go back to 2019 or whenever it was first noticed, and then use that as like a negotiating beginning space to negotiate? Because that's a much higher overpayment.
Great.
I mean, I don't have a problem with that. I guess my thought on it, while I capture my thoughts, is that, like, we asked for this back then, and I actually thought we asked for this in Kozak's term, but.
Well, we held money back in Kozak's.
Oh, okay, that's what we did. I was gonna say, like, it seems to me I did Kozak duly, like, I have to go back, so I haven't lost it, okay. The problem is we kept asking for them to do the study, and there was no study, so I guess we don't have any numbers to do a backwards calculation on, I guess would be my concern, because we kept asking for them to do this study, and they never did it for a number of years. This study has finally given us some numbers to actually work with, to say, we don't think that you did the math right. And we still think that we are right, that we're overpaying, but now we've been able to do the math. So I don't know how far we can back up.
Can I suggest just stroking out the "and this is effective January 1st, 2024"? We had a discussion, we've opened up, we had commitment to go back. We had the study done eventually, and now we're kind of carrying the torch of responding when we see flaw and asking for consideration. If we just take the "and that is effective January 1st" part out and leave that up for discussion. Because we already have a tepid, but we need to renew the commitment to go back. We're just trying to enforce the implementation of a proper model.
I think we need to go back and get the money that we're owed.
Yeah, I agree.
So I think we have to leave 2024 in, at a minimum 2024. I mean, because they'll say, okay, yeah, well, we'll do this again going forward. Like, we were promised a study when we held the money back. We were promised a study that never happened. You know, because we thought, okay, they said we're gonna do it, so we said, okay, well, then we'll pay you the money. Oh, and no, I'm having a Kate moment, and no study.
I don't understand why you'd want to leave the January 1st, 2024 in then.
Because I would at least like to have money back to January 1st, 2024, because I don't think we're gonna get money all the way back to January 1st of 2019.
That's good direction, and I hear that, and I'll keep that in mind, but I think the motion I would pull it out.
I think you
No.
have two choices. We do have the study done in 2023.
Mhm.
So we have the numbers to implement from January 1st, 24 forward. So that's the logic that I used in the resolution, is saying when we had the data, at least it should be applied from that date. Certainly you could say, we think that same data, nothing changed between then and 2019 or
It's
that's our.
public survey data.
Yeah, so, use those same numbers and apply it backwards, so that's the other option. Certainly saying you did the study, you have the numbers, and applying it January 1st, 24 is solid. If you wanna be more aggressive, saying we think those same stats would apply for those earlier years, so we think you should use those same stats, or negotiate, okay, well,
So
Agreed.
I think if we don't put in a date,
Game theory, let's
game
go with
theory
that.
tells me that we already went in cooperative twice, it
Yes.
sounds like. And we came out the loser both times because they were,
Uncooperative.
Yeah.
I think that phrase in game theory is aggressive.
I think that we have to leave in the date, because once again, they'll say, okay, and then we still have nothing. I still feel that we don't have a commitment, and they generated the data finally, took them 5 years. We're gonna let them go on the fact that 5 years we paid too much, but they created the data shows that they owe us money back to the data point.
Okay, I'm okay with that, as long as it says we acknowledge that we overpaid for those years prior to the data being collected and our first noticing of the possible miss.
And then could that be then in the letter?
You could calculate that, sum it up, right, and say,
Yeah.
we calculate that to be this amount.
Yeah.
However, we're looking
But we're
at-
only asking for January 1st.
That's what you said, is
So,
what I'm saying.
so then
Or we'd like our first
we
payment.
could put it in a letter.
Yeah.
That could be in the letter as opposed to in the
That's what,
resolution.
yes, I would like that in the letter, yes,
There we go.
thank you.
I mean, if we have the data from 2023, it seems logical to me that we go January 1st, 2023, because that's where we have the data.
Oh no, it was in the middle of they didn't have that data until.
Yeah, but do you think it changed in the middle of the year? I don't know. People's behavior all of a sudden went, oh, we're gonna, whatever. Have we paid for this year?
Yeah.
Like, when do we pay? Do we pay at the beginning or the end of the year?
Well, yeah, we're still collecting tax revenue for 2025, so yes, still have.
Yeah, and I think we should be holding on to the
Yeah.
payments as
Let's
well,
not
so.
pay again, is what I'm trying to get at,
You
I
wanna
guess.
add that to?
And we aren't gonna pay until we get this, we'd like to.
So like as a second part of the
We're
resolution.
sort of on notice that no further
we can
payments will
withhold
be.
That
Withhold
amount,
payment again as well.
withhold the amount for the 2 years.
Wait till August and then do it.
No further payments will be remitted until we've resolved this issue.
The overpayment
Seems
from
fair.
2024.
Yeah.
I like that.
Can we do that part
It
in
just
August?
seems fair.
Can we please just do that part, like, we just do this part, like, I hear your point about like the sense that they moved and then we didn't get anything because we were cooperative, but we also like, things got dragged out, people were in COVID, we eventually got the report, and we didn't really go back to them and say, we have a flaw, we see a flaw, we would like you to address the flaw, we never really did go back and say, oh, this flaw.
To staff.
Yeah.
We did
Did
to
to
staff,
staff,
and now we're
yeah.
just taking it to the political level. The staff gave this report to commission was like, okay, there's the report sent to the city. And then between staff, they didn't resolve, so now it's going back to the political level. That could have happened a lot faster if we'd been tighter on the issue in response to like over a couple months.
Let's get tight on the issue, and
Let's
I
get
didn't
tight
hear
on the
your
issue.
argument for postponing to August. All I heard was your
Well,
reason why
then,
we're
no,
not here
do
now.
this now, but don't like
Why?
start.
Escalate it.
No,
Don't
I just
escalate
think
it.
we're letting them off the hook. They had a responsibility. It's not our responsibility.
I'm confused as to why the fact that we pass a resolution in this discussion, a second resolution that says, and we withhold payment.
Yeah.
That doesn't have to go, they get to have one and a letter, and we're just doing a piece of work that we don't have to do in August to say,
Oh, they
Here,
didn't do
like-
it. Here
like
we
to
are
me,
again.
saying that we wanna hold back the money, that's our decision, that's not one that goes in the letter to,
The resolution is public.
Yeah.
well,
This conversation's public.
Yes. This conversation.
conversation public, but they're getting the letter and the,
Yeah, no, you can do either. One is more aggressive than the other.
So one is cooperative.
The word aggressive
We don't
is
pay,
just-
we don't pay,
Maybe that's the right word.
We can check the date, but
yeah, we don't pay taxes to the RD till August. I think that's what Councillor Page is saying.
Yeah.
You don't have to make that decision.
I don't think it's our obligation to remind them to do the right thing. This is a societal, what's the term Rick uses, a social contract that, how did we get here? It's the responsibility to do the right thing.
I think it just seems a bit weirder that on the August 19th meeting that we would have a recommendation to say, let's hold payments to the regional district for our garbage or for our recycling. Like it seems like it's not attached to anything if we do it in August, just because that's when we pay the bill, and we pay it on the 1st of August or the 30th of
I'm just
August.
checking when we did last year here, so.
Because we don't have a meeting until the 19th of August.
Well, when would this go forward to?
This would go, like, I would take this and send this to the chair tomorrow and have it already in central resource recovery, and it's early enough in the month that, you know, we could hit joint by the 18th of June.
Yeah.
So I think that would be,
Get it on the table.
that's what would come back is the response from the RD. They may say, yep, you're right. We're going to, whatever, cut you a check and then we don't have to pass a resolution to withhold. That would be what would come back. If they say we're not willing to do that, then in July, we'd have to do this.
August 1st is when we.
Yeah.
So in July, we would have to come back to council and ask for a resolution to withhold that until this is resolved.
Give us, you know, then we have the next action, right?
Yeah.
So as far as this sort of,
Staff,
Well,
you
that's up to
guys are the ones, like, you know, it's just such, I can't believe that we sat through 3 councils trying to get
Yeah.
recycling straightened out. So I'm hearing mixed feelings about another motion, so shall we just put this on the docket for July? Can you flag it for July for a motion?
But we're sending the letter now, is that correct?
The letter and this motion goes so that Councillor Page can send it to the RDCK, so it gets on the board, on the docket for the waste, Central Waste meeting. Central Waste? Yes.
And just another comment on the letter. I think the very last line established a revised methodology. Would you like to include like as recommended by staff in 2020
Well, I
whatever?
think,
Because if you want it to move forward and we do another study to establish a revised methodology, I don't think that's appropriate. I'm just curious
What
about
I-
saying we already have the numbers.
What I imagined is because it also asks staff to work together to develop a methodology that would.
from our staff point of view, the methodology's there. It's volume based.
This is maybe what I'm trying to say, yeah.
Yeah. just be clear.
I don't think we should go and get a new
It looks a bit fluffy.
methodology. They've done the thing.
Sure.
We've sent them a spreadsheet. It should be based on volumes.
So, so there's a few things there in the
Yeah,
letter that we
here you go.
wanna have some, is somebody making some notes on this so that, I'm thinking that this letter needs a bit of
It does.
work in terms of, we're gonna talk about the process from back when 2019, and what we see the costs are, and that, but you'll see in our motion that we're only asking for the costs from this data-driven point, and
But that's a good idea, yeah. That we're only asking for it from that data-driven point. I know you said
Yeah.
that twice, but it just settled for me.
Yeah. So we're letting them keep 3 years worth of overpayments.
I'm not, it's open, like we've said effective this, fine, but I still think we're gonna have a conversation about it, to be quite frank,
About what?
the other years. Cause we had a commitment.
We did.
I'm not
We
gonna, my point is, I don't want a sense of council that, like, if you wanna put the first on here because that's when there's data and that's the ask at the current set, I just don't want to change that other commitment without a conversation with the other directors and with like, I think that still is out there floating. That's why I wanted to just take the date out and take it as direction as opposed to putting it in the motion.
And when we don't get any direction, when are we taking this back again, Councillor Page? Because we've been taking it there for 6 years
Okay, but
and we held money back for
I
2
don't
years. So I'm trying to figure out about
must be
taking out
late.
the date.
It must be late. I just don't see why we are putting in, why we have to at this stage right now, when we send this back to say, here's the flaw, this is exactly what the flaw is, this is the number, here's the data, let's fix this now. While we still have this open commitment from 2019, why we would immediately at this stage hamper it in and say, oh, but we only wanna make this effective as of January 1st. I don't know why we would put that date in there. I'm just like, having heard Kate, I'd just be like, take the date out. I'll hear the direction, we'll get the model in place. The presumption is we're going retroactive. The negotiation is whether we get as far back as January 1st or as far back as January 1st, 2019. So just don't hamper it in right now, is my advice.
This isn't, without the date, even there, it's not asking for a refund. That's probably not the right word.
Because the refund is an open question from before that they committed to.
So we could pass the resolution that this is applied retroactively.
Perfect, that's fine too.
And applied retroactively. The data, so that second bullet, that the data collected from the 2023 RDCK depot surveys be used for this allocation, and that this be revised every 5 years. Oh, that should be
I wouldn't-
separate. Take that, that's a separate bullet.
I wouldn't, this letter probably shouldn't have been in here, I missed that.
I was
Because
looking at the bullets.
we kind of changed the, Councillor Page drafted it and then I amended it, and he was at the FCM, so we're going back and forth a little bit, so.
Sure.
I think the resolution is what we're looking at, so the
I'm looking at the resolution, yeah.
Okay.
Okay. So,
Just that last bullet point,
Yeah.
you're saying to say, and that this be applied retroactively.
Yeah.
Yeah, as
I
opposed
think
to
it should
effective.
end, be used for the allocation, applied retroactively, and then the new bullet is that it's revised every 5 years. Okay. Was that okay, Sarah?
Yeah, thank you.
You're welcome. And then scratch the January 21st, 2024.
And replace with retroactive. Or
It comes in the bullet prior
No, it's
to
in the
that.
bullet that goes with the data collected from the 2023 RDCK depot survey be used for this allocation back to 2019.
And be applied retroactively.
And be, yeah,
New
same.
bullet,
And then-
and that this be revised every 5 years.
So I have, can I just read it back to you?
Yeah, of course.
The last bullet, is that what you?
Yeah.
I'll
Yeah,
read
the
that.
one on the.
That the data collected from the 2023 RDCK depot survey be used for this allocation and that this be revised every 5 years and the allocation applied retroactively.
No, the allocation to be applied retroactively comes after the, using the 2023 data.
Just switch
And
those
then
last two.
And switch it around. The very last one would be that it's revised every 5 years.
So we were gonna go applied retroactively. So 2023 RDCK depot survey be used for this allocation and be applied retroactively,
New bullet.
right?
Oh, okay.
Yeah, and then, there, and then new bullet, that this be revised every 5 years in the allocation. Yeah, that this
Okay.
be revised
This
every 5 years.
allocation be revised,
Yeah.
yeah.
Yeah, the
This
allocation
allocation
be revised every 5 years.
Okay.
It's 'cause I
Whatever.
touched it.
Okay, and then
That this allocation be revised every
This-
5 years, allocation. Be revised every 5 years, and then you can
and
take
then
those off.
period.
Take the other stuff
Okay.
out of there. Bada bing.
We're all good?
Really good.
And further, that staff continue to collaborate with the RDCK counterparts to establish a new data-driven equitable cost sharing framework.
No, cause that's captured
No,
above.
because that's captured.
That's what I thought, so take that out.
We don't need we don't want them coming back and saying, okay, we'll count it again and we'll get back to you in another 10
Well,
years.
you know what it is though, is, no, it's captured above because that's the resolution going to that committee at RDCK, and then the last part is, that's our direction to our staff, but whatever, it's.
Okay.
I think we
Yeah,
have,
I think that we can just take it out because just like we can't put in a second
Everybody gets the-
resolution to
Everyone
say,
gets the point, yeah.
Yeah, it was kind of like that last thought, like, I mean, if you don't mind, but really, you got
okay,
it.
so there'll be some changes to the letter.
Yeah.
Seems like we kind of know what the changes are gonna be about the fact that we're gonna sort of cost out what we see they owe us. And that, we've got a resolution now, and anybody got any more concerns? Counselor Pinero, I'm giving you like the gold star in boxing or whatever. You could at least put on like isn't a boxing glove like soft? You could.
Oh, yeah, nice, little hand pillow.
Yeah, yeah. Thank you for staying with us, because I'm sure you're exhausted. Yeah, so it's been moved and second, and seeing no further questions, all those in favor? And that carries. Okay. And we are on to minutes. We have minutes from the Advisory Planning Commission, the Nelson Public Library, the Culture Development Committee, the Nelson Housing Committee, and the two from the Nelson Housing Committee. Anybody there has something that they want to pull out separately, or does somebody want to receive items 1 through 5 for information?
To receive, move to receive.
Okay, move to receipt. Is there a seconder?
Second.
Seconded by Counselor Tate. All those in favor? Okay, good. Thank you for all the hands, and that carries for information. And then we have the information items. We have finance, development services, and the action item list. Is there anything that somebody wants to pull out separately?
Oh, correspondence? Oh, no, you're on reports. Nothing. Carry on. We didn't have correspondence in this meeting, did we?
I know.
I will shush then.
Okay.
I think we were directed to pull those out in our council reports, were
Yeah,
we
if you,
not?
if you,
Yes, if there was-
if you
No,
could,
no,
because
I
it just makes,
Remembering myself.
yep, but that's a good place to do them for discussion. That's why I was trying to make sure that we have
It was a shift for me, so I'm trying to.
opportunity there. We can revisit how we do that as well. So any issues there? Anybody see any errors or omissions or questionable financial expenditures or? Okay, does somebody want to move then items 1 through 3 for receive for information? Counselor Payne, seconded by Counselor Tate. Seeing no questions, all those in favor? Okay, and that carries. Thank you, council. We've done fire dispatch. We have one more late item, item 15B, regarding the movement of the market, brought forward by Councillor Payne. Councillor Payne, the floor is yours.
I think we've all received a lot of emails about this particular issue. I attended with the mayor, Sarah, I think Donna and Terry were all on the call with the vendors yesterday. It was very, very clear to me, hearing both the artisans and the farmers speak, that this is a devastating financial move for them. And they don't have full confidence in the reasons listed, and feel that the vendor survey has been used against them, is basically what they were saying. I feel that the way this was handled, which there's lots of reasons why it happened, and I understand that, this is not about blaming anyone or anything, has undermined the trust of the community in council. And I do think we can re-examine, and I would like to, bottom line, reverse the decision. I could go through point by point on some of the things that I'm really uncomfortable with. Primarily, the biggest one for me, I know it was mentioned that safety was a primary concern, and I certainly wouldn't want to jeopardize anyone's safety. But I think one of the things that I find extremely confusing on here is how Cottonwood Market is a more accessible location. So I know that in a summer day, I am just not gonna walk down there and back. And if I get off the bus at Warden Baker, it's a 12 to 15 minute able-bodied walk. So many of the individuals receiving the market coupons, for example, are young solo parents, often with strollers or backpacks, seniors with mobility devices, or individuals on some sort of disability. So that further removes the accessibility of that site. I'm interested in feedback from other councillors. The thing about the construction is very confusing to me because two of those construction sites mentioned on here were also construction sites last summer. And this wasn't mentioned. It hasn't changed. It's not a change from last summer that to me would necessitate this. But I think that the lack of reaching out to the community and the late notice, harm has been done. And I feel we have an obligation to mitigate that harm.
Yeah, sure, I can respond to that. I would challenge that it undermines trust in council, because it wasn't a decision of council, so I wouldn't wear that if I were you. It's good for us to understand how that decision was made. It's good for us to question it. It's good for us to try to bring that information back the best we can and bring feedback back the best we can as well. But I don't think it undermines people trusting you. So I just want to respond to that piece.
I do think that there's many residents, citizens who have difficulty dividing the two. So.
More education.
Yes, civic education, I supported it, I still do, but at this point in time, yeah, we are gonna wear this.
Anything
else? No.
I would be curious to hear from staff, and I'll voice my concerns that I have now. Council direction in the past had been to form the Market Advisory Committee, and I appreciate challenges around the persistence of that or the structure of the meetings that kept people coming back, whatever happened there. But I do think that needs to come back to council. If the Market Advisory Committee for which we've delegated responsibility is not functional, then we need to have that feedback coming back to us that governance is not in order. And so this is flagging for me that has happened. So that needs to be brought back to us in some sort of way. And if that's just staffing, transitions, and that's gonna get back on track and this is a momentary blip, then I'm okay with that too. I'm highlighting like on the construction angle, as much as the two projects are still kind of persisting and there were difficulties. We also have the transit exchange for at least a number of weeks still. So we're talking about, this market that's tomorrow. So I get where the impetus for that is. We also have water main stuff that's going on in Kootenai and Baker, that's entrances in and out. I remember distinctly in our first term, Hall Street projects happening around there and John chasing down dump trucks and jumping in and saying, go this way, not that way, and just backups all the way down Vernon Street in front of the shop there as people are trying to get to the market as it was going through the different configurations, because we've talked about this in a few ways. If anything, I'm really concerned, as Leslie has said, about the material impact on the vendors. And as much as I don't like to change things and move things and create confusion, like tomorrow's market's at Cottonwood, in my mind.
Yeah.
There's no way that goes around. I'm flexible at revisiting this at the end of June or the middle of the summer But I wanna be sensitive to the material impact, and if it's not working, and we should be able to get some sense from talking to them down there, they're seeing significantly less, and it's not improving with people getting acclimated over like 1 or 2 months. And it may not be very good to swap it back again, but like I think we have to, if we're piloting and we're doing the construction, we should be willing to consider bringing it back for the last part of the summer. And I wanna know what's, I wanna get that market advisory committee working, or we have to figure out a new governance model that's going to work, because I think the model can work, but we may not have been resourced quite the way it needed to be, or maybe its meeting plans weren't where they needed to be, I don't know. But we could talk about who's liaisoning with it and what's happened there. But those are my thoughts, I have no solutions.
I just, I think that having sat through listening to the meeting with the vendors, I think there's renewed, definitely sort of renewed interest and uptick in terms of trying to have a strong committee. And I believe that Terry heard that in the discourse that went on yesterday. And I think that and I think there was a number of vendors there who inherently would not have been going to that because they picked whoever. And I think that people now have a renewed interest, and I think that helps revitalize things, trying to look optimistically at the fact that there could be a very strong committee going forward, and that one of the things I think that has to change about the committee is the fact that they were trying to have quorum. And I think that you get rid of quorum, and if one person shows up on the Tuesday that you have the meeting, you have one person, and if the next time, and you set the calendar and you have the meetings once a month, and those that can come, and those that can't come, don't come, right? And then you get that constant feedback, because one of the things that going forward, I think communication is key. So we have to have every potential avenue for communication. And so I think there's some positives that can come out of the discussions that were brought forward by the vendors in terms of their comments. I have like about 7 pages of notes that I copiously wrote down, because that meeting was well attended. I think at one time I wrote down here that there was 29 vendors. Well, I should know.
There was 18 vendors.
I should whip out all the people that weren't vendors. You weren't a vendor, you weren't a vendor, I wasn't a vendor. But there was, at one point, I saw 29 people online. Some were vendors, some were not vendors, but yeah, I think there was definitely in terms of strengthening communication. So I think we have this opportunity with, when we get the new coordinator hired, that it's gonna be, some fresh ideas and some fresh things coming forward for them to work on. So like I say, I'm looking at what the opportunities are and working, and the city has committed, Terry has committed to, strengthening communication, better signage. Some of the little things, I talked to a few more vendors after the meeting, just to make sure everything is operating well. Turns out the bathrooms weren't operating last
The
weekend.
bathrooms down at Cottonwood haven't been working, so.
Yeah.
Are gonna be working for tomorrow.
They are gonna be working?
Yeah. But it's just important that we get that communication back, because I sort of said, did you tell anybody? It's just that whole thing about having communications, because we can't have the Saturday market there any more than we can have the Wednesday market there if there's no bathrooms. So let's just, they have to work, right? So just those little sort of niggly, again, operational things that have to really get straightened out. And again, my concern is I wanna lend some thought. You weren't here when I commented, Councillor Payne, that to think about what the impacts are if we get a spate of poor weather, and then what do we do with the market then? It really won't make any difference whether it's on Baker Street or Cottonwood if we have 3 weeks of smoky skies.
I have a question.
I think it will make a difference, but
Well, it won't make a difference on where it is. I mean, we have to think about then what options do we have
Still
maybe
make a
about
difference.
moving.
There's still more foot traffic on Baker. I have to go with the expert in that. Matt Carr he has the numbers. Like why we didn't look at those numbers and utilize the research that was available. And how are we defining success of the market? Because they're all saying that there's 40% more foot traffic at the Wednesday market. Now, I don't think they all sat around and pulled a number out of the air. Maybe they did, but they're business people. This is how many of those craftspeople, it's their primary income. And now they have to go out and get a job because they know they will not be able to survive just in Cottonwood. Are you gonna walk down from here to the market on your lunch hour? It's a 15-minute walk from here.
I have a question that I might chuck to you for your knowledge of accessibility. With increased advertising and the fact that obviously we're not gonna fix it tomorrow and probably not next week, but looking at feedback and such, I'm curious if we could, as a city, help by maybe those little putt-putt bikes, and could we like somehow get some other ways to get people down there? You know, that anyone can bikes where there's like a driver and then there's 2 seats. I'm just curious about getting people from Baker down there with that like stumble traffic. It just kind of popped into my head. Is there ways? When I grew up in Whitehorse, there was a high school student summer program, and they wore these like funny little colonial red jackets and kind of directed people around. So signage is great, radio is great, but our tourists are on Baker Street, and I'm wondering, is there a way that we could use some of our staff or our resources, like our youth center staff, to get people down there, because it is a farther walk. And not everyone's listening to the radio. Lots of people are on Spotify, although you can advertise on Spotify. I heard Selkirk College ads on Spotify. I'm just curious about those little putt-putt bikes as a start. Do you know those bikes that we have at the Mural Festival?
Cycling Without Age is.
That's the one, thank you. Thank you.
Trikes.
Tiny bikes.
Just other ways to get the traffic down there if, while we're collecting data and while we're figuring out how to change it, if we're gonna change it, if we're not gonna change it this year.
And we can export transit as well, because there is a stop that's, at least 3/4
It's
the
a
way down there.
block closer. You mean the one in front of the bike shop?
Yeah. Still.
I don't know about you, Kevin, but walking uphill on a 33-degree day, carrying my, lettuce and my ham bone, I'm not gonna do it.
Yeah, it's
I'm just not gonna do it.
So we can look at other ways to get people down there.
just a thought to go with the advertising and such. And
In fact, that can be advertising. I haven't got any Insta posts. Has anyone seen any Insta posts? Who knows that it's there tomorrow, other than all the people that signed the 700-800 that signed the petition? Does anybody else know where the market is?
Well, we have gone above and beyond, so.
Okay, so there is
we haven't-
Instagram
I
and
have not
Facebook and everything?
heard.
I just haven't seen it. I would think I would see it because I follow everything. I'm waiting.
As far
I did
as-
see the post talking about the farmer's market coupons. So there was a post. But I just I think we will not come out well with this. And giving it a month. So now we've just said to farmers who planned for what they were gonna sell in January, planted it March, April, May, and are pulling things out of the ground now to come to this market. Like when you heard Matt talk about his COVID experience, and that didn't have anything to do with us, well, except we did move it to Cottonwood, he lost money. We already have a hard time attracting farmers and keeping farmers successful, making a living wage.
It's hard, running a small business
Yeah.
in this town is difficult.
Yeah,
I'm
and when you
aware.
get a decision like this from your trusted partner a week in advance, it says, oh, sorry, it's like booking a lakeside villa
think
and then
we're-
showing
I
up
think
and
we gotta-
saying, well, you're actually
I
staying
think
in
we
the
gotta
club over
tighten it
there.
up because it doesn't, whether it's now or next week, it still doesn't get the transit exchange finished as people coming off the highway and try and access town, right? Like, that's why I put it out there, is because aside from the Civic or the 6 the retirement assisted living home that's still being constructed. You still have the transit exchange that's also cutting off on a primary access point coming off an on-ramp, and you have paving that's gonna be done just down the street, which is on your other side. So there are multiple sections of Baker Street and around the market that are impinged.
Yeah.
That is real.
For drivers.
That,
So
well,
we're a vehicular centric.
well, it is real, and the traffic does do exactly what that traffic does on market day. And that, I just think that is real. So I wanna have us reevaluate as we go a little further. And once those impingements are resolved, and once we know more about what's actually happening there in terms of their revenue, and I wanna keep an eye on it, and I wanna come back to this, and I recognize and acknowledge that it's an unfortunate situation for sure. And the governance model has, in this instance, failed. And this is why it's at this table, and I'm very interested more about the governance model going forward. And I hear it from the mayor that I feel reassured that there's renewed interest. So hopefully this will be averted, and I think Kate's right that, you know, we take this responsibility now to a certain degree, recognize it, but be realistic about what we can and should be doing. And I'm not ready to, to say or direct staff to put it back for next week, it's too reactionary for me. And I feel the pain of every other small business every day. So I get that part.
Any other
We probably need a
Jesse?
motion at some point to go past 10, because we're 10 minutes past 10.
It's 11.
It's 11 is the trigger,
It's 11.
so.
It's 10.
No, it's actually 11. I always say 10 to make sure that we get out of here. Sorry. So you better check the governance model at the head of the table, no. Sorry, I'm pointing at you and you can't even probably see me. Councillor Pinero.
Yeah, I've obviously seen all the letters as well and talked to a few people, and, you know, people are, obviously the concern is super real, and you know, I agree with some of the things that Leslie said about that. I think I also agree that, you know, just switching it like it's tomorrow and switching it back seems like a bit chaotic, and so, but can we, I mean, like, we are supposed to be monitoring the effects of our, you know, decisions, for better or for worse. So can we just maybe devote a little extra time and energy to just seeing what the actual reality is at the market tomorrow and potentially the next week, and you know, like, these are all hypothetical. I think the fears, while they may be based in experience, haven't been, you know, that maybe it'll be okay. but we need to actually know that, I think. So I don't know what we would do, like count or do or just ask people how it went, or, you know, just check in with people. Is that something that we're capable of doing, so that we have some sort of information about, you know, what's actually happening down there?
Now, our goal is to make this successful, obviously, and so yes, we will monitor how well it's going and look for ways we can, if it's, you know, look ways that we can support it as best we can. We're cautiously optimistic that, you know, that our community will support it there, just as they've supported it on Baker Street and as they support the Saturday market as well. So we definitely need to keep an eye on what's happening, and if it's not working, then we need to let council know for sure.
And Jess, just in case you hadn't heard me say earlier, sorry, Councillor Pinero, that we are in the midst of hiring a new market coordinator. And
right.
So, obviously their task is going to be, you know, significant from the get-go. But I know that Terry has been doing interviews, and hopefully somebody could be hired as late as the end of this week, and will then be able to, you know, get on and get going right away. So I think some fresh blood and fresh eyes are also gonna be valuable.
Yeah, I just feel like if this is sort of the apocalyptic decision that many people have painted it as, I get that, you know, if you're a vendor and you're living that way, 1 week to the next can make a big difference. And if they're struggling for 3-4 weeks and we haven't taken that pulse and continue with it, that could cost some people significantly. So I would just like to see us, you know, get with a little bit of urgency, just make sure that it's working for people down there. And if it isn't, then consider putting it back, or somewhere
So in all honesty, tomorrow's
that is more used.
first Wednesday, sorry, Justin.
Sorry?
Were you done? Sorry, just wanted to finish off.
No, yeah, I'm done, yeah.
Tomorrow's the first day of the market, so if you haven't been following this and you go down to Wednesday because you think it's the first market day and it's not there, you're gonna go, oh, maybe I made a mistake. You're not walking down to Conklin, pretty much guaranteed. So moving it back the next week is not gonna be a problem because people are gonna go down the next Wednesday and they're gonna go, oh, the market's up, oh, this one. So I'll be very interested to see. I don't think it'll be too difficult to collect the data. These are business people, they keep records of what they sell. It'll be very evident very quickly that this is a decision that has caused hardship among one of our, you know, it's the culture of our community. There's heritage to the market being downtown, the accessibility, all of those things far outweigh any of the list of items that I saw on our press release. And that's all I have to say. Thank you.
Okay, so moving on then, I have, where at, resolution to close the meeting to the public. That is the opinion of the council and the public interest requires that persons other than council and staff and any approved audiences be excluded from this meeting, and that the special closed meeting of council continue under section 91C and E of the community charter to deal with matters relating to the following: labor relations or other employee relations, and the acquisition, disposition, or expropriation of land or improvements if the council considers that the disclosure could reasonably be expected to harm the interests of the municipality. Could I have a motion to move into closed?
Move.
Moved by Councillor Tate, seconded by Councillor Page. All those in favor? And that carries. Okay. So